What's up, everybody? It is Seahawks Brendan Nelson, and I'm going to be doing something a little bit different in this video. This isn't going to be football related. This isn't going to be sports related, or not really. The other day on Twitch, a few days ago, I did a big project that I was really excited to do. I'd been planning it for a while. I did a tier list. I created a template and then did a tier list of every PS2 game that I've ever played. The tier list itself consisted of over 500 games. I published it publicly. Anybody can use it now. And I decided to go through and rank all the games on stream and talk about the games. And me and some of the people in the chat were talking about the games a little bit. So it ended up being a really long stream. I did it in two parts. It ended up being about 5 hours. I recorded it as a video as well, and I thought it'd be fun to upload on YouTube as well. So for those of you guys who like video games, you might get a kick out of this. For those of you guys who grew up playing the PS2, you might really enjoy this. There ended up being about 150 games I was able to put in the tier list, which is every PS2 game that I played, or every game that was on the PS2 that I played in some capacity. So it was a pretty big undertaking. It took, like I said, the combined streams ran for over 5 hours. I trimmed it down a little bit for this video. I took some of the stuff that didn't need to be in there out, but I just wanted to go ahead and upload it on YouTube as well because it was a big undertaking. It was pretty successful, decent turnout, especially for the first half. The second half I may have ran during when people were at dinner, which may have not been the best idea ever, but it was a lot of fun. I'm probably going to do more tier list stuff in the future. It's just a fun thing to do in the off season when there's not a lot of football stuff to talk about. So I'm going to be doing some more tier list stuff over on Twitch. Probably will upload some of the good ones to YouTube as well. And we'll see if it continues to catch on. But this one was the biggest one I'm ever going to do. I think it's one of the biggest tier maker templates on the site. So yeah, here it is. Hope you enjoy. Alright, guys, so the PlayStation 2. My experience with this console was basically I didn't play video games when I was a little kid. I grew up kind of poor, and my parents didn't really want me to be a gamer, I think, because it was expensive and time consuming and all that. I think a lot of you guys can probably relate a little bit to that. So I didn't play video games when I was little, except I had a CDI, which had quote unquote games on it, but they weren't really games so much as they were like interactive DVDs that kind of resembled games in parts, with one or two exceptions. I had some games I played on the PC, but most of them were edutainment games, if you guys remember those. And when I was, I think, 10, my brother got a yeah, I think I was like 10. My brother got a Game Boy Color for his birthday, and I played that a decent amount, but it was basically just for Pokemon stuff. So my first real console was the PS2. So just to share the story a little bit here, my uncle got a PS2 at launch, but then the Xbox came out, and he wanted the Xbox instead. So my uncle gave his PS2 and all his games to my dad to give to us for Christmas, and my dad bought my uncle an Xbox. So that's basically how that went. I inherited a lot of games from my uncle. A lot of them were not very good. A few of them were. Few of them were. And I played the PS2 constantly throughout its entire life cycle after it got a year in, because that's when I get it. So my PS2 is a launch model, or it's right after launch. I don't know if it's technically a launch model or not, but it still works. I've retired it. It's in my back room now. I just have retired it because my controller barely works. Console still works, though. I know there are a lot of stories of PS2s, especially the early model PS2s, breaking and being delicate, but I never had that problem. I was really careful with it. And I never had to replace it. The only thing I ever had to do was open it up to clean the lens, the laser, like once. And 22 years later, or whatever it is, it still works. So my PS2 collection in its current state is Yeah, I think it's less than 100 games, but it's pretty close. And I think I have played close to 200 games on the PS2, if you count games I played on other systems that were also on the PS2. If you don't, then it's probably closer to 150. All right. So with all that being said, let's just get underway here. So I made this tier list late last night. I've been making it for the past week. I've published it late last night. There are a couple of things that bug me about it that I'm probably going to come back and fix later, but it's not really worth doing. So let's just go ahead and take a look at our tiers. They pretty much speak for themselves for the most part. GOAT is GOAT, greatest of all time. These are the greatest games of all time. Um, I have played somewhere around 620 games in my life, and GOAT tier to me is like the top 5 percentile. So the top 30 to 35 games approximately. S tier would be like the next 5%. Like GOAT is top 5 percentile. S is like the next 5 percentile. So not quite GOAT, but still phenomenal, still amazing, still games that I would be willing to play over and over and over again. A tier are games that were really, really good, but I didn't think they were great. Like maybe I didn't play them enough. Maybe I didn't play them at the right time. Maybe there was just something about it that bugged me enough to not put it in S, but really good games. B tier is going to be for games that are just good. Like I played them, I liked them, I had fun with them. I mostly beat them. I would be okay playing them again, but it's not a big deal to me if I don't. Like it could go either way. I'm fine with it. C tier is going to be for games that are decent. Games that I played and I didn't hate playing them, but I don't think I would ever play them again. They were just fine to play once. D tier is going to be for games that are bad, that I kind of wish I'd been doing something else rather than playing, but they're not completely unenjoyable. They're like better than staring at the wall. F tier is going to be for games that are about as good as staring at the wall, like games that are just really bad. And then we have didn't play, and there are going to be a lot of games in didn't play. And by the way, if you end up going through this tier list and coming up with like a genuinely like 200 games or less and didn't play, then you're a champion, because there are over 500 games in this list, including some really obscure ones that very few people played probably. So if you actually managed to play over 300 PS2 games, the PS2's life cycle was only like what, 8 years, so that's 40 games a year that you played, and you must have played a lot of pretty bad ones too, because a lot of these are bad. So you're a champion if you were able to do that. But I'm probably going to end up with about 300 games in the didn't play list. All right, so let's go ahead and just get started. We're going to have a lot of didn't play games to start. So didn't play 24 the game. I like the show. Didn't play 50 Cent Bulletproof. Didn't play any Ace Combat games, and it sounds like I missed out. People love that franchise. American Chopper 1 and 2, didn't play those. Didn't even know they had those games. Didn't play Amplitude. Never played an Ape Escape game. I don't know if I missed out or not. I know that people like the PS1 games. So I don't know if the PS2 games are any good. Okay, here we go. Ark the Lad Twilight of the Spirits. I played this game like, God, must have been like 5, 6 years ago, I would guess. Maybe even more recently than that. A decent chunk of the PS2 games I played. So back in 2011, I moved to Kirkland, and I didn't know what to do in Kirkland. I didn't know anybody up there. I moved up there for work, and there was nothing to do. And I did some research, and there was a plane trade like less than 10 minutes from where I was living. It might have been like 5 minutes from where I was living. So I went there to hang out a lot because in the house I was renting out, when it got hot during the summer, it was miserable. And there was just no way I was going to stay home. So I got out of there as much as I could. And I basically lived at Play and Trade for the whole summer. And I would just play video games in the back room. And they were cool with it as long as I bought some stuff. So I bought a ton of stuff from them. And they had a lot of PS2 games that I didn't play that I thought would be interesting to try out. So Ark the Lad was one of them. So to be clear, this is a game that I played well after it was relevant. Um, so it when I played it, it definitely felt aged. It was pretty good. Let's see here. Let's play some clips here a little bit. So I'm gonna go ahead and just mute it just to play it safe here. Uh, so yeah, this game, God, it looks way better than it did when I played it. I probably played it on a TV that wasn't very compatible or something. But yeah, okay, it had this like slight tactical element to the battles that was kind of different, but there were a lot of things about the game that were kind of frustrating. Okay, I remember this. Yeah, I remember this. Okay, this is emulated, so it looks way better than it did when I played it. I can tell now. I don't remember the game super well, except for the combat was a little different. I liked it. I don't think I would put it in B. I think it's like I would put it in C. It was fine. I played it once, but I don't think I would play it again. If I played it when it first came out, I think I would put it in B. But by the time I played it, it was kind of aged. So that's going to be our C tier. Arctic Thunder. My brother liked this game. My brother had a friend who loved this game. It's like an arcadey style racing game on snowmobiles. It feels very like fast paced, but also kind of janky. I don't remember liking it that much. Okay, Arctic Thunder. Let's take a look here. Okay, so this is also on an emulator. Oh yeah, okay, we got to do ads here because I have my ad blocker turned off for the moment. But you know what? That's okay. We are giving these YouTube videos some support. I'll just say this. I think Arctic Thunder is like D tier. I would put it in D. I think it's a bad game, but it's not without its charm. It just gets old fast. I don't have a hell of a lot to say about it other than that. It was not particularly good. Okay. Yeah, it's like a kart style racer. It's arcadey. I remember it controlled okay. You could do tricks and stuff. I didn't play it that much. There's just something about it that I couldn't totally get into. Um, yeah, it's like D tier. I don't have much to say about it other than that. All right, ATV Off-Road Fury. Okay, so this is the first PS2 game I ever played. This was one of the games my uncle had that I inherited from him. By the way, I actually didn't know that the PS2 and the games were inherited from my uncle until later. Not that it matters at all. Like my dad bought him an Xbox and a bunch of games, so it was a fair trade. My uncle wanted an Xbox. ATV Off-Road Fury is the first PS2 game I ever played. It's a racing game, and it also has modes where you just do tricks to get points. It's good, but it didn't resonate super hard with me despite me playing it a decent amount because it was one of the few games that I had. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, these are all going to be emulated. So the games did not look this good on the console. I mean, this still doesn't look that good. But yeah, you just race around these tracks. I played it a decent amount. It didn't stick with me the way a lot of games stick with you when you're a kid. If I had played this game when I was like 6 or something, I would probably have very fond memories of it, like some people do with like Mario Kart. But I just thought it was fine. I'm going to put that in C tier with the caveat that the part of the reason why it's in C tier is because of ATV Off-Road Fury 2. I liked this game more. It's basically the same game, but they made it better. It looks better. It plays better. I think it has a couple more game modes. I think it's a little bit longer. So ATV Off-Road Fury 2, it's the same idea. It's the same basic idea. Oh yeah, I don't know if the first one had first person mode. I don't think it did. But this one does. So yeah, it just was a little more fun. A little more to do. I played this one a good amount. I remember that ATV Off-Road Fury 2, and I think the first one as well, they would have like freestyle modes where there was no race. You would just go around in circles at your own pace and do tricks and, try to catch big airs and stuff. And one of the funniest things in the game, because at the time I didn't really play very many games, so I didn't know about this, but eventually if you kept going in a straight line, you would just kind of get to the end boundary of the game. and the ground would get super flat for like a second, and then you would hit an invisible wall, and it would just launch you in the other direction like really really fast, and you would guaranteed fall off your ATV, and you'd have to start over. But at the time, I thought I found like a super cool Easter egg. But of course, it was just like the game can't go on forever. It's not Minecraft. So eventually, you just hit an invisible wall. And instead of glitching the game, they decided to put something in the game that would just send you back where you came from. So I'm going to put Off-Road Fury 2 in B tier. It's good. I like it. If I played it again, I would probably be like, oh yeah, I remember this. But it's not great or anything, I don't think. The in-game barriers were funny. I appreciate the fact that they put that in the game because they didn't have to. Okay, I didn't play ATV Off-Road Fury 3 or 4. It was a franchise that, it get eventually you just kind of run out of interest in it, I think. I don't think very many people were like, "Oh my god, it's the new ATV Off-Road Fury game. I have to play that." Okay, I didn't play Avatar: The Last Airbender. I've never watched the show either. I've heard it's really good, but I've never had made time to watch it. Maybe I should do something about that one day. Didn't play Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. I heard a lot of good things about it. Didn't play Battlefield 2. Didn't play the Ben 10 games. Never seen that show either. Ooh, Beyond Good and Evil. So, when this game came out, which I think was 0506, I knew a couple of people who thought it was one of the best games ever. They played it. They loved it. They thought it was like a masterpiece. And they were like, "Oh, dude, you have to play this game." And eventually, not too long after it came out, actually, I bought it off Amazon. I played it through. I beat it once, and it's really good. It's really good. I'm gonna put it in A tier. It had a very good variety of, gameplay. There was a picture taking element to the game. It was actually had photography elements in it, like Pokemon Snap, but it wasn't like Pokemon Snap at all. It was a little Zelda-ish. It had some stealth, had a little bit of action. I was impressed with it. It wasn't one of my favorite games ever, but I would put it in A tier. I might have it higher if I played it more, but I only played it through once, and like I said, I liked it. It was a good game. Um, this game, however, is one of the most notorious, well-acclaimed flops ever. Like, this game got great reviews. This game got great reviews. Most people who played it loved it, but it just didn't do well because Ubisoft did not promote it at all. And I remember, like, I think at that time they were promoting the hell out of Splinter Cell. So this game just died. This game just absolutely died. Even though it was released on all three consoles, I don't think it sold over 1 million copies. But it's a really good game. I know that the sequel is in development hell and has been for 20 years. Maybe they're going to make it. Maybe they're going to make it. But they really dropped the ball with this game. If they promoted this game, I think it would have become a pretty decent moneymaker for them. But they just decided, no, we're just going to not. All right, so I think it's a little Zelda-ish. If I'm not a big Zelda person, so I don't know very much about Zelda, but I think that this game bears a lot in common with like Zelda games in terms of how it plays and like the combat. Oh yeah, there are these driving parts. Oh, I remember this boat. Man, this actually takes me back. Yeah, it was a really good game. I don't think it's great or anything. I didn't play it enough to consider it great, but okay, I remember these enemies. But yeah, this was a really good game. It's A tier for sure. Okay, Black is a PS2 game I've heard a lot about in recent years, but I didn't hear about it at all when it came out. I didn't play it. So yeah, didn't play. It's a game that I may emulate at some point on stream because a lot of people loved this game. I just completely missed on it. I didn't even hear about it until like 4 years ago. I was like, no, never played that one, but a lot of PS2 people loved it. Blitz the League, I didn't play that. Blowout, didn't play that. Okay, BMX Triple X. I have played. I have played this one. It a few years ago. Oh no, this wasn't a few years ago. Like something like maybe 7, 8 years ago. I found this game laying around my house. What must have happened is that my uncle had it with his PS2, and he gave it to my mom and dad with all of his PS2 games when he gave us the PS2. And of course, this game, I don't know if you guys remember this game. It had a very, very bad reputation when it came out, and rightfully so. It's a really, really crappy, like, Dave McGrath, or really crappy Tony Hawk game, except you can make your drivers nude. So they didn't give it to us, and then, like, maybe it was like 8 years ago, I just found it somewhere in a pile of CDs, and was like, I don't know where this came from. But, like, 4 years ago, I decided let's play it for fun. It's pretty bad. It's hard to play. Like the controls are not very good. It's really hard to like stop. The levels where you're trying to complete objectives are okay. But when the game started doing the stuff where it's like, um, okay, we're gonna have you do like tricks, like you're gonna be in one of those half pipes, and you have 3 minutes, and you have to get 8 billion points to pass the level. That was miserable, and I gave up on the game at that point. I was planning on beating the game, but after they got to that point of the game, I was just like, no, no, this isn't fun at all anymore. It wasn't that fun to begin with, but it really wasn't fun after that. So I'm gonna put that in like D. I don't think it's F because the like exploration levels were kind of okay. They weren't good, but they were passable, and then the pure like getting points levels just blew. So that's D. The bouncer I'm gonna put in didn't play that. Bratz, Rock Angels, I did not play that. I know that's gonna shock some people. Wikipedia claims that this game sold over 1 million copies, but it has no citation for it. So I don't know if somebody put that game there as a joke, but according to Wikipedia, it sold over 1 million copies. Didn't play Brothers in Arms, Road to Hill 30. Bully I played, but I played it on Steam in like 2011, so it was after the game had already become, it already had expired. um, Bully, I liked it. It was good. I think I would have liked it better on the PS2. The controls were not meant for mouse and keyboard. I would have liked it more on the PS2. I'm going to put it in B tier because I liked it and I would play it again. I want to see them make a sequel to this game. I want a sequel to Bully. I think they could take the concepts in Bully and make an elite game. Like a S tier game. But as Bully stands, I give it a B. It's good. I remember that I played it on PC, which was actually kind of crappy. Like, in order to lock in on a target with your slingshot, you had to, like, slowly push your mouse forward. And that was not the way the game was meant to be played very clearly. So, I'm going to put that in B, with the caveat that I played it on Steam, and I think it's actually probably a slightly better game on the PS2. Burnout, I've never played a Burnout game, and it sounds like I missed out because a lot of people love the Burnout games. Cabela's Big Game Hunter. Okay, so this game, my I had a friend when I was a teenager who was like into hunting like in real life. Like he went out with his dad to hunt like grizzly bears and deer, and he had this game for the PS2, and he brought it over and we played it one time, me, him, and my brother. And for some reason, my brother just got like super infatuated with the game and was like, we have to get this game. And, it was whatever. I didn't hate it or anything, but I was like, really? And my brother got it from GameStop for like 25, $30. I can't remember how much it was. And he barely ever played it. And I was like, you idiot. What are you doing? What made you think you would want to play this game more than a few times? Anyway, I did play it a few times. It's okay. You don't really have to use the mechanics of the game that much. You can just go around and shoot things and they die. Like, I didn't have to use the traps very much, I found. I didn't have to use, like, the bait very much. I just played it like it was a typical shooter. I'm going to put it in C tier. It's whatever. C tier is fine. I think it's a C tier game. It's okay. But, not a game that I'm proud to have in my collection. A few years ago, well, actually now close to 10 years ago, I tried to give it to Play and Trade. I thought I'd get like $1. They wouldn't take it for free. They were like, we have too many copies of Cabela's games, and nobody buys them. We literally will not take this game for free. So I still have it because of that. Didn't play the other Cabela's games. Oh, by the way, that kid I was talking about who brought this game over that one time, he actually worked at a taxidermy shop, so he was a big into that kind of stuff. So that's part of the reason why he had it. Dude, what in the world is going on? What a nightmare this game is turning into. Talking about the baseball game, by the way. Okay, Call of Duty. There were 4 Call of Duty games on the PS2. I played 3 of them. I actually have 3 of them. These were games that I got at Play and Trade. Yeah, these were the games that I got at Play and Trade, and I played them like after their era had passed. Like nobody really gave a crap about these games beyond maybe a year after their release. They were good, but I didn't love them or anything. They were good. So let's see here. We got Call of Duty 2 Big Red One. Let's see here. Somebody's got a long play. Okay, but Big Red One, I think I played all these games within like a month of each other, so they all blend together. I'm going to put Big Red One in B tier. It's good. I don't have too much to say about it other than that. Let's see here. Yeah, console shooters are tough, man. Once you start playing on mouse and keyboard, playing on a console is hard. Like, you can still have fun with it, but it's kind of hard. Yeah, okay. You're dropping bombs on a boat. I kind of remember that. Wow, man. This is brutal. We are getting BABIP to death. Sorry, I keep getting distracted from the point of this video, but we are the unluckiest SOBs in the world. Good lord. Anyway. Um, yeah, this is like B tier. It's fun. The first Call of Duty I played was the first one, and that game blew my mind. So playing it on a console, any Call of Duty game, even one that's maybe technically a little bit better, it's just not going to be the same. So yeah, that's B tier. Call of Duty 3 on the PS2. I would probably put it in B tier as well. Let me pull up a Let's Play here real quick. Yeah, Call of Duty 3, that's B tier. I think this one was a little bit better. It just looked a little better and played a little better, but not enough to put it in a different tier. Oh, he just died. Oh, no, wait. This is one of the... Okay, I'm going to stop talking about this Mariners game. I'm about to turn it off because this is ridiculous. Like you got to be kidding me. We've got our ace pitcher out there and he's getting BABIP to death. Like, you got to be kidding me. I'm about to turn this game off because I'm sick of talking about it. This is insane. Okay, yeah, this game was better than Big Red One, but not radically so. It was mostly it just looked slightly better, I think. Sorry about all the ads, guys. Yeah, yeah, this game was better, but I still think it's B tier. Yeah, that's B tier. And then you had Finest Hour. I think this was better than Big Red One as well. I don't think it was as good as 3, though. Yeah, I remember this. Again, all these games kind of blend together for me. It's hard for me to say that this one's better than that one's better than this one. But I think they're all B tier. They're all perfectly fine games. I wouldn't hate playing them again, but I don't really care to ever play them again. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's going to be B tier as well. 3 games that I bought for less than $10 each at Play and Trade. Okay, Call of Duty World at War I did not play. I don't well, hold on. Maybe I did. Yes, I did play it, but I played it on the PS3. I played it on the PS3, so I'm going to put that in B tier as well, actually, because I did actually play it. I forgot. I'm going to assume it's a little bit worse on PS2 than PS3, but probably not that much. Okay, so that is going to go in B tier. All right. Okay, Cars we did not play. Champions of Norrath didn't play. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. What would you do in a Charlie and the Chocolate Factory game? I want to look that up now. I'm going to look that up just because I want to see what you actually did in that game. Dude, God, it was such a weird era for games, especially if you were putting it on the PS2. Like, you could make, like, the stupidest, most garbage tie-in game in the world. And because it was before the internet was, like, given, before YouTube, you could just get, like, 200,000 suckers to buy it. All you had to do was, like, put somebody famous on the cover. All you had to do was, like, name it after, like, in a big franchise, and you would get like at least 200,000 suckers to buy the game. What does this have to do? Like, I didn't see Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, but what would you do in this game? Okay. It's got like weird looking graphics. Oh, it's like a dinky little platformer. Look at this. Oh, okay. I guess that's probably makes more sense than anything else you could do with this game, but yeah, I didn't play this one, as hard as that may be to believe. Okay. I'm going to put that in did not play. Yeah, Chicken Little definitely didn't play. That's probably another dinky platformer. Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. I've never even read those books or seen the movie, much less played the game. Cold Winter is a game that I played, and I don't really remember it at all. I want to pull up gameplay. I think it's a first-person shooter. This is a game I'm probably going to stream on emulation at some point, because it's a game that I know I played, but I never beat, and I want to beat it. I want to be able to just say I beat this game, and and I'm not going to get it on the PS2 now because my PS2 controller can't handle this game. But yeah, this just looks kind of like a generic Medal of Honor Call of Duty style shooter. I remember thinking it was okay, but that's the only thing I remember about it. I remember it being okay. I wasn't super into it, and it was fine. But yeah, I'm gonna emulate this game at some point. It's probably super short. It's probably not that hard. Yeah, this guy beats it in less than 6 hours. So I'm definitely gonna play this game on emulation. Maybe try to beat it in a weekend or something like that. Just because it's a game I know I played a little bit, but I never beat, and I know it's not gonna be hard to beat. I'm gonna put it in C because that's where Young Me had it. So I'm gonna assume that Young Me was right and put it in C. Okay. Colin McRae Rally 3 didn't play. Conflict 1 and 2, Desert Storm didn't play those. I didn't play the Crash Bandicoot games on PS2. I played the PS1 ones. Like went back and revisited them, but I never played the PS2 ones. I don't know if they're good or not. I heard mostly they're not that good, so I skipped them. By that point, we had moved on to Jak and Daxter, which that is a game that I played a lot, which we'll get to much later in this video. Crazy Taxi, it's fun, but there's just not much to the game. Like, it's just, oh, excuse me. It's okay, but it gets old for me fast. My brother liked it a lot more than I did. It has its charm. It's an arcade game that they put on consoles, and on consoles, it's just like really, that's all you got. They did some like mini game stuff that made it more intriguing, but I wasn't into it. So the game is fine, I guess. I know it was on the Dreamcast as well, and I think it got ported to the other systems eventually, but I'm just gonna put it in C. It's okay, but there's just not much to it except it's Crazy Taxi. You drive around, you pick up people in your taxi and then you drive them to where they want to go. Then you try to find another person to pick up. Yeah, okay. I remember it was a little memey. Yeah, the driving style was very arcadey. The game, like, the presentation of the game was kind of cool. Once you got good at the game, you could really, like, just chain together, like, passengers and basically play forever. Yeah, so, like, you pick up this guy and he wants to go to Kentucky Fried Chicken. So you start driving him over, and eventually he'll get irritated and you get less money. Like the longer it takes for you to get to him, he's eventually going to want to pay you less money. I think if you wreck your car too much, he'll get pissed off, but he actually has very high tolerance for that. And basically your whole goal is to get to wherever your customer wants to go fast. It doesn't really matter how recklessly you drive. And if you're really good at the game, you can keep it going basically forever because you'll never run out of fares. So it's fun, but I'm gonna put it in C. There just isn't enough to do. Yeah, I think Crazy Taxi's on everything at this point. All right, Dark Cloud. This was another game that I played from Play and Trade, so I played it like it was already at least 12 years old by the time I played it. I liked it though. The main thing I remember about it is it had this one game mechanic where you would combine items into different items like it was Minecraft, but the combos often weren't super intuitive. Like it was like newspaper, mailbox, and dildo, and you get a basket. I remember it being kind of hard to like figure out without looking it up. It was I guess a little Zelda-ish. I remember this like pause menu too. It was like very stylized compared to most other games. Hey Staniel, what's up, man? Okay. Let me try to find some of the actual like gameplay. Okay, you would lock onto stuff and yeah, it's very Zelda-ish, I guess, but I remember there were some like sword combos you could do. And yeah, you're combining like random items to get certain results that are desirable. I don't remember the game super well. Oh yeah, this stuff where you're like making like a town, like it's um this like Sim City or something. I remember this. I beat it. Oh, I'm gonna go straight through Austin. It's good. It's not great or anything. I didn't love it, but it was pretty good. I'm gonna give that like a B. That's pretty good. Dark Cloud 2 I never played though. It's like really expensive. Dave Mira 2 Freestyle BMX didn't play. DDR Extreme didn't play. DDR Max didn't play. I did play DDR Max 2. This is not my kind of game. I played this game for therapy, and that's all I'm going to say about that because it's none of your business. I played this game a decent amount for therapy, and as a DDR game, it's totally fine. Yeah, I've never played a Chronicles of Narnia game, Staniel. So, DDR Max 2, it's perfect. It's exactly what you would expect. I just am not into this kind of game. I'm going to give it a D. It was a game I played because I had to play. I didn't play it because I wanted to play it. All right. We got quite a few games here that I haven't played, so I'm just going to speed run this. DOA 2 Hardcore didn't play. Dead to Rights 1 and 2 did not play. Def Jam Fight for New York. I don't even know what the Def Jam games are, but I didn't play either of them. Didn't play Destroy All Humans and Destroy All Humans 2. I heard they were pretty good, though. Okay, Deus Ex. Deus Ex I played on PC, and I played it when it was already like a decade old. And it is a great game. It's A tier, but I think on a PS2 it would just lose a lot of what made it good. I'm just like it's a shooter. So as a shooter, it's not going to work as well on a PS2. And it's also got RPG elements, and I think that would just be a little more frustrating to have to go through menus on a controller versus a keyboard and mouse. So I feel like this is a game that on PC I would put in A tier, but on PS2 there's just no way it's as good. So let's I really liked it, by the way, and I played it when it was old. Like the aged nature of the game did not bug me at all. I was very impressed with this game, even though I played it when it was older. Yeah, there's like stealth. You can play it stealthy. You can play it guns blazing. You can play it a bunch of different ways, and it all works really well. You pick up random items. Yeah, this game, I'll give it a B, just assuming that it loses something on console, but keep in mind I played it on PC. And PC, I'd give it an A. So I'm just going to bump it down 1 for that. Ooh, okay, here we go. Here we go. Now we're getting to the fun stuff. Devil May Cry. Okay, no problem. Oh yes, Daniel. Def Jam is super good. Oh, it's a fighting game. Okay, Def Jam is a fighting game. Okay. I'm not a huge fighting game fan. They're okay. But that kind of makes sense now why I didn't play it very much. All right. Thank you for the Prime sub, Sito Mitu. Thank you. Appreciate it. Um, I don't know why it showed up twice. And I just realized I don't have my Twitch notifications up. So, unfortunately, you won't get the on-screen notice, but your support is appreciated. Me too. Sounds like a Star Wars name. Sito Me Too. Like somebody on the Jedi Council. Okay. Devil May Cry. Here we go. So, little story story time behind this game. The first Devil May Cry, Capcom was making Resident Evil 4, and they were making Devil May Cry, and then they were like, wait a minute, this isn't a Resident Evil game. We can't make this Resident Evil 4, so then they scrapped it. But then they were like, well, you know what? It's not Resident Evil, but it could be a good game. We should make it. So they made Devil May Cry. And I feel like that fact kind of shows, because the game feels a little like janky in how it works. The camera sucks. The sound design is not particularly good. The graphics are mixed, but it is so much fun. The level design is really good. The combat is awesome. Like, even though the game has real problems, I think I'm gonna put it in A tier, but I'm tempted to put it into S. It's really good. I'm gonna put it into A because the ending is dog crap. I don't know if you guys remember the ending to this game, but it literally has a level that's a rail shooter out of nowhere. Just like out of nowhere, it's just like, oh, okay, you're at the end of the game, you're almost done. Oh, we have a rail shooter part now. It's like, what? You can sense that they didn't really know what to do at the end of the game, so they just like threw crap together. And like the whole game was paced really well. It was like level, puzzle, boss fight, level, puzzle, boss fight, level, puzzle, boss fight. And then it would, like, at the end it was just like boss fight, boss fight, boss fight, boss fight, rail shooter. But yeah, the game is really good. I'm gonna stop just short of calling it great, but it's close. I'm gonna put it in A. This is a game that I actually played through quite a few times as well, because it's not that long. You can just like pick it up and play it. Try to do as many cool combos as you can. Yeah. So yeah, thank God it wasn't Resident Evil 4 though, because we'll talk about Resident Evil 4 later, but there's a classic. And this is not a Resident Evil game. Okay, so Devil May Cry is A. I did not play Devil May Cry 2 because everybody said it was awful. I am going to play it on Steam because I have it on Steam. I'm going to stream it at some point, but everyone says it sucks. The good news is, part of the reason why it sucks is because it's too easy, so it's going to be really easy for me to beat. But everyone hated this game that I remember talking about it at the time. Devil May Cry 3. Now, this is going to have to be S tier. This game takes everything that the first one did, makes it better, makes it cleaner. It hammers the Dante character in even better than the first two games did. And it's just a really, really good action game. It might be the best action game on the system. It has a good sense of humor. The combat is just a little cleaner. It's funny. It looks better. It is definitely S tier. I played DMC3 when it was like 8 years old, so I played it a full console generation after it was relevant, and it still held up great. It's still a great game. Other than maybe Resident Evil 4, I think it's the best action game on the system. Wow, Robbie. Well, if you're going to be bad, I guess be really bad. Holy crap. I need to stop talking about the damn Mariners game. That's what I need to do. Yeah. Okay, here's the combat. The combat is so good. It's so fun, so clean. But 3, I think, is the best Devil May Cry game. I haven't played 5 yet, though. The way you would string together combos, the way you could use different weapons. It's such a good game. If I grew up with it, it might be GOAT tier, honestly, but I didn't. I just played it through a couple times when it was already 8 to 9 years old, and it still slaps. Still one of the best PS2 games. Okay, yeah, S tier for that. Dirge of Cerberus Final Fantasy VII. I'm ashamed to admit I haven't played it yet. I will. I have it on PS3. I just haven't played it yet. So I'm going to put that in did not play. I am going to play it. I have to play it. Like, it's kind of embarrassing that I haven't. Oh boy, Disgaea. And this is going to be one of those games that you mostly have not played or heard of. It wasn't like a big time seller. It's a niche title from a niche developer, Nippon Ichi. Disgaea is absolutely my thing. Disgaea Hour of Darkness is super goated for me. It's such an easy goat tier game. And even though I didn't play too nearly as much, it's GOAT as well. These games are incredible. They took everything in Final Fantasy Tactics and made it better. They took everything from other strategy-based games like Ogre Battle 64 and just were like, okay, how do we make this much better? And wow, they nailed it. It's one of the best games I've ever played. I put thousands of hours into the original Disgaea, doing New Game Plus over and over and over again. Just absolute amazing games. Absolutely some of the best games ever. Great sense of humor too, by the way, on both these games. It's kind of like a wacky anime. And I was not an anime kid because I didn't watch Cartoon Network, but that would have been my best exposure to like actual anime. But these games have a great sense of humor. They're very stylized. I love them. It's basically Final Fantasy Tactics, but they fixed everything and made the presentation better. Yeah. So yeah, like the characters, it's all anime stuff. The voice acting is really good. I know Michelle Ruff does the voice of Etna, and Michelle Ruff is a legend in the voice acting community. So they got like the big name voice actors for it. Yeah, so you know you've got your mage characters, archer characters, white mage characters, physical attackers, swordsmen, axemen. It's I'm currently playing Fire Emblem. The combat's a little like Fire Emblem. It doesn't have the social sim elements of Fire Emblem, but this game was life changing for me when I was little. I heard about this game from Penny Arcade, and then I was like, I have to play it because Final Fantasy Tactics was my favorite game ever at the time, and it just blew my mind. So yeah, both Disgaea games are GOAT all day. Never played any of the Dragon Ball Z games. So these are like Budokai Tenkaichi 1, 2, and 3. And then there's Budokai 1, 2, and 3. I didn't play any of them. Was not a Dragon Ball Z kid. Dragon Quest V, I did not play. I think this is a port of the Super Nintendo game, right? Or PS1 game. Because Dragon Quest V was not a PS2 game. I'm guessing this is a port. I did, however, play, excuse me, Dragon Quest VIII, and it is really good. This is another game I got from Play and Trade and played after it was relevant, but it holds up. It bangs. It's an A tier game. Really fun. Pretty good sense of humor. I think it was all the Dragon Quest games are like British, right? Like it's kind of weird. It's like the games are clearly like Japanese, but then they make everything like super British. All right, here we go. Here's a long play. Yeah, okay. It had some voice acting, and it was all British. Presentation was good. Like even though I played this game when it was already about 10 years old, it held up. Might have been like 12 years old. Yeah, I remember the slimes. I remember the metal slimes that would give you a ton of XP, but they were extremely hard to kill. Yeah. Battle system was pretty simple, but the presentation and the story was good enough to where it like didn't bother me. Yeah, Dragon Quest 8, really good. I wouldn't call it great. I might call it great if I played it when it came out. But playing it a decade later, I'm still going to give it an A. It's still a really good RPG. I didn't play Driver. I've never played a Driver game. I never played a Dynasty Warriors game. So all of these are going to go into didn't play. Ed, Ed, and Eddie. Didn't grow up playing watching Cartoon Network, so I definitely didn't play the Ed, and Eddie game. Wow, there are going to be a lot of didn't plays coming up here. Like, wow. All right, so Enter the Matrix. If Enter the Matrix got good reviews when it came out, I probably would have played it because I like the Matrix movies. But I heard it was bad, so I didn't play it. Escape from Monkey Island, didn't play it. All these ESPN games didn't play. I didn't play a lot of sports games. The ones I played a lot, but I didn't play a lot of sports games. So I didn't play any of the ESPN games. I think iToy Play came with the iToy. I never had the iToy. Fantastic Four didn't play. Fatal Frame I have on PS3, but I didn't play it yet. Fatal Frame 2, same deal. All these FIFA games I didn't play. Not a soccer guy. Fight Night '04 I didn't play. Fight Night Round 2 I didn't play, but I did play Round 3, but I played it on the PS3 and I liked it. I'll put it in B tier. I'm going to assume it loses a little something on PS2, but not a lot because it's a boxing game. But I liked Fight Night Round 3. I played through it a couple times. I liked the career mode. I liked the way the combat was redone when they did Round 3. Yeah, I just missed out on Dynasty Warriors. I don't know why. I don't have anything against it. It just I just missed out on it somehow. There are just some games that unless you're like rich or you have 100 friends who all have PS2 games, they're you're just gonna miss out on a decent chunk. It is what it is. Okay, now we're gonna get into games that I actually played, and boy did I play them. So Final Fantasy. This is pretty good as far as eras go for a system. The PS1 Final Fantasies, excuse me, are definitely not as good, are definitely better than the PS2 ones, but these are good, except for, I guess, this one. This one, Final Fantasy X-2 is the worst Final Fantasy game I played, and I played like almost 20 of them. I think I played 18. X-2 is the worst. Um, it's not bad, but it's too easy. It's kind of cringy. It's really hard to take seriously. It has the job system, which is cool. I love the job system, but you don't really need to use it because so much of the game is just press X to win. Like you can use your basic attacks and they're honestly better than the using abilities. And why would you ever do anything else? But the game works. The game is totally functional. The game has its moments. I remember the story being pretty bad. Like, I know Yuna's looking for Tidus, which is stupid, by the way. Tidus never existed. Like just let him not exist. That was the whole point of the first game. That was the point of the first game. Tidus never existed. Let him not exist. It's hard to take the game seriously just in general too. Like even beyond that, like the story is very very meh. So the spear was pretty good conceptually, but the game didn't implement it as well as they should have. So I'm going to put that one in C. It's decent. I don't regret playing it, but I would never play it again. It's also kind of short, which is kind of good because it's bad. Well, okay, no, it's not bad, but it's not good. Final Fantasy 12. Loved this game. Loved this game. Blew me away. I remember this game did not get a ton of hype. People were not that high on it. I did not see a lot of people like falling all over themselves getting excited about Final Fantasy 12 when it came out. But I played it not too long after it came out and I was really impressed. I'm going to put that in GOAT. It's borderline S, but I'm going to put it in GOAT. It was basically like Square took Knights of the Old Republic, which was a really good game, a great game even, and went, okay, we're going to make Knights of the Old Republic in the Final Fantasy universe, except we're going to not have 8 billion glitches. We're going to actually make a good-looking, clean game. And it is one of the best games in the franchise, I think. I would put it up there. Not up there with 7 or Tactics, but I would put it in the same area as like 6 and 8, and I would put it above 9 and 10, and we'll get to 10 in a second here. But that is a GOAT game. It's a low-tier GOAT game, but I would put it in GOAT. Really like the Gambit system. Really like the fact that you had control over your teammates, but they would also act of their own accord. I might... part of the reason why I'm tempted to put it in S is because I only played it once. Because when I played this game, I was in college, and I didn't have a lot of time to play video games when I was in college. So when I was in college, I would play a game once, no matter how much I liked it, and I would move on to another game because I wanted to play as many games as I could. So I didn't want to get stuck on one game, but I did pretty much everything you can do in this game when I played through it. And I've since played the PS4 remaster, which was also phenomenal. So yeah, that is GOAT tier for me. It's low end GOAT tier, but it is GOAT. I didn't play Final Fantasy 11. This was the MMO, which apparently, by the way, is still active somehow. I don't know how. But yeah, I didn't play Final Fantasy 11. Final Fantasy 10. Okay, so this is tough. The game is A tier, but I'm going to put it in S tier because I played it so much. I cannot play a game this many times. I cannot put this many hours into a game and not say it's probably S, when I could have been playing other games, but I kept choosing to play this. There's something about Final Fantasy X. The best way I can put it is the game's greatest strength is also its biggest weakness, where the game is very accessible. You can just pick it up and play it. It's easy to figure out the battle system. The story and characters are being presented to you in a very clear way. And that stuff is great because it allows you to not think too hard about it. Usually when I play an RPG like this, I have to like mentally prepare myself for it almost. It's like I have to go, okay, I gotta actually use my brain when I play this game. I gotta be thinking constantly when I play Final Fantasy X. I gotta use my brain. I'm not gonna be able to like doze off while playing it. I'm gonna have to pay attention to this stuff. I'm gonna have to commit to spending at least 60 hours, maybe more. But with Final Fantasy X, you don't have to do that because it's accessible. Now, that's also a problem because it also makes the game not as enthralling as other games in the franchise and other games in the genre. But it's a great game that I think becomes S tier because I've beaten this game probably about 6 times. And that's no joke. This game takes a while to get through. So I'm going to put it in S tier. It's not quite GOAT, but it is a pretty fantastic game. I even did the master file where you did everything you could do in the game except dodge 100 lightning bolts, which I'm never going to do because whoever came up with that is burning in hell right now, hopefully. Who has time to dodge 200 straight lightning bolts when you can't even use a turbo controller? No, just no. Finding Nemo, I didn't play that. The movie's pretty good. Didn't play Flat Out. Didn't play Flat Out 2. Freedom Fighters was I think Red Dawn the game. Didn't play it. Didn't play Freestyle. Full Spectrum Warriors, a game I bought for like $3 from Play and Trade. It was pretty good though. I'm surprised this never turned into like a franchise, but it's basically like a army military squad based shooter where like you're controlling a character and then you're also controlling your teammates by giving them commands. And I think it was the command system that was pretty revolutionary at the time. Like it was supposed to be more intricate than other squad based shooters. And it worked pretty well. I was actually pretty impressed with it. Like this, like you can see the guy, he's like telling his guys to stack up over by this wall. Like it worked pretty well. I remember the game. If you didn't utilize the cover, if you didn't utilize your teammates well, you would just get annihilated. But if you used your teammates well, the game would be pretty simple. So that was cool. It was like you actually had to use the mechanics of the game, or else it was going to be bad. You had to position your guys correctly. But I wouldn't call it amazing. Maybe I would if I played it when it first came out, but I'll put it in B tier. Okay, Full Spectrum Warrior. That's every game through F now. 1 second. I need to grab something. But we're making good progress. Okay. The Getaway. The Getaway. Um, I remember when this game came out in like 2002, 2003. It was super hyped. It was super hyped. Everyone was excited for it. It sold 3 million copies just based off hype. And when it came out, nobody liked it. Everyone thought it was one of the most disappointing games ever. It was a huge flop, so I never played it. But I will say this, apparently since the game came out, people have gone back and revisited it and they actually think it's pretty good. They think it's okay. They think the hype killed it, like people were expecting way too much, but it's apparently okay. But like I said, I never played it. I guess this is supposed to be like British Grand Theft Auto. It's supposed to be like make people think of things like Snatch and Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, which I didn't watch those movies when this game came out anyway, so it wouldn't have meant anything to me. It was supposed to be okay, but yeah. Ghost Recon on the PS2 was okay. I played through it once. I like the fact that it was like a tactical based shooter, but you didn't really have to use the tactical stuff that much, unlike Full Spectrum Warrior. So I'm going to put Ghost Recon in C. It was okay. I played through it once and was done with it. I probably would have liked it more on a console or on a PC, but it was fine, I guess. It was okay. Didn't play any of the other Ghost Recons. I think I have Jungle Storm on Xbox. Let me check. Let me check here. Okay, no, I don't. I have Island Thunder on Xbox, but I never played that one either. Either way, I didn't play any of these. I might have Advanced Warfighter on Steam, but I haven't played it yet. Didn't play Ghost Rider. Didn't play Guitar Man. I remember people buzzing about Guitar Man, but I don't even know what it is. I remember when this game came out, people were kind of excited for it, but I didn't play it. Didn't play The Godfather. Didn't play God Hand, although I've heard good things. Oh boy, here we go. All right, hold the phone. We've got God of War. All right, so I think every God of War game is an S except for the PSP games. I'm going to put them both in S and not think too hard about it. These games are fantastic. I remember when I was a kid, when this game came out, I must have been like 14 or 15. I asked my mom if we could go rent it, and she said no. And I'll get more into this later. And so then I asked my dad, and he said yes, and that's why they give you two parents. The story's good. The presentation is awesome. The combat's a ton of fun. I think every God of War games don't miss. The PSP games are great PSP games. They're not great games, but they're good. I don't think they've made a bad God of War game. I think every God of War game has pretty much kept up where it needs to be. to be considered a respectable. Yeah, this game was so good. This was like back. I don't know if some of you guys remember on the PS2. They Resident Evil 4 was like the first game to use a lot of quick time events. Resident Evil 4 did it great. God of War came next, and they did QuickTime events, and it still was really cool. And then every game started using QuickTime events, and it sucked. It really started to get old. But Resident Evil 4 and God of War are the games that knew how to use QuickTime events a little bit better than everyone else. I'm still not crazy about them, but on those games it was fine. But then it started to get old very quickly. Yeah, this game had really good puzzle elements. I usually don't like puzzles in games that much, but this game had really cool puzzle elements that flowed well within the game. And yeah, I am I'm probably gonna replay these games on stream to get ready for the new one. So get ready for that, everybody, if that's something that sounds interesting to you. But yeah, God of War 1 and 2 are both S rank. I never had either game. I have them both on PS3 now, though. I rented them when they came out. Okay, Gradius 5. Didn't play. I think this is like a rail shooter. I'm not going to look it up because I never played it, but I think it's like a rail shooter or something. Okay, Grand Theft Auto. All right, let's have some fun. Now we're going to do like story time. Because Grand Theft Auto, I'm about to hurt some feelings probably, but I can only do what I can do. So, when Grand Theft Auto 3 came out, it was obviously like a massive smash hit, right? Hey, Drop Top, what's up? It was like a sensation. So, I got my PS2, I think a little bit after GTA 3 came out. I had a friend who hooked me up with it. We brought it over, we played it for a day. And my parents let us do that because they didn't want to make me look like a loser in front of my friend. But after that, they were like, no, absolutely not. Or my mom was anyway. Like, I don't know if you guys remember how negative the media stigma was around Grand Theft Auto, because there were plenty of M-rated games. There were M-rated games that I played when I was a kid, when I was like 12, 11. I played M-rated games. It didn't matter. But Grand Theft Auto was different. Grand Theft Auto had such a strong negative reputation in the media for causing violence and desensitizing kids that even though my parents, with my mom, it depended on what mood she was in. Like, I could play Resident Evil games, she didn't care. I could play, like sometimes she would let me play like God of War, sometimes she wouldn't. It just kind of depended on the day. It depended on her mood. But Grand Theft Auto, like she was not going to let that happen. So I didn't really get to play Grand Theft Auto 3 when it came out. When Vice City came out, my dad bought me and my brother the dual pack because they did the 3 plus Vice City dual pack. And my dad got it, and my mom saw it and was like, no, 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 absolutely not. So she took it to GameStop to return it, but then they said, we'll give you $11, and my dad bought it for 50. And my mom was like, oh, okay, I'll just keep it, and they can play it eventually. And it stayed in a drawer in my dad's office for years. And then eventually they were like, okay, me, you can play it, but you can't play it when your brother's home because my brother's like 4 years younger than me. So I started playing Grand Theft Auto 3 after San Andreas came out. This was like 05, maybe 06. So I could only play it when my brother was at his friend's house. And that was fine because he was out of the house all the time because he had a bunch of friends that he would spend the night with. So I didn't get to play GTA 3 until it was already old hat. That being said, it is still a good game. I still liked it. It's obviously, by the time I played it, it was more of like a template for a good game than it was a good game to me. But I had fun with it. I'm going to put this one in B tier. I beat it. I had fun with it. I wouldn't hate playing it again. But I also don't think there's a big point of playing it again at this point because They made Grand Theft Auto games that I thought were a lot better, more interesting. They looked better. They were just better. But I obviously recognized this game was a cosmic shift in the video game industry. Of course, I definitely know enough to know that. The presentation's good. The game still looks pretty good for a game this old. I'm not crazy about the PS2 era GTAs though. I didn't really become a huge GTA guy until Grand Theft Auto 4, and maybe we'll talk about that later, but the gameplay just grabbed me more at that point. But yeah, this is a good game. I would have liked it a lot more if I played it when it first came out. Okay, Liberty City Stories I didn't play, so I'll just bump that over there. Let's do Vice City next, because after I played 3, I started Vice City. This game grabbed me a lot more than 3, even though I played it after San Andreas came out. I liked the style of Vice City. I liked some of the gameplay mechanics they added. I felt like the shooting was a little bit better, even though it still did some of the things that I didn't really like. I liked the fact that your character had a personality. I liked the fact that he actually had something a little more concrete he was trying to do, rather than just doing stuff because I don't even know what the main character in 3 wanted besides revenge on that woman who betrayed him. The Tommy Vercetti, this is obviously a very Scarfacey type game. It's just a little more clear what that character wants. So I ended up spending hundreds of hours in Vice City, even though I played it when it was already several years old. I maxed out all the weapons, I got all the best cars in my garages, I bought all the properties, I had all my properties producing the maximum amount of money. I did like the vigilante mission, which you could like stack hundreds of millions of dollars in the vigilante mission as long as you were willing to risk it, and I did that, which stuff was crazy. I even got 1,000,000 criminal points, and I'm not gonna even say what I did to earn that. It took forever. That's all you guys need to know. And it was really boring, but I still did it because I wanted to. So even though I think the gameplay of Vice City is like B tier, I'm gonna put it in A. And I'm gonna put it in A. Ooh, is this the final mission in the mansion? I remember this final mission really well. I think this is the final mission. Oh, it can't be, though. Look at all these missions after it. This looks like the final mission, though. Okay, so yeah, Vice City's A. I'm going to put it in A tier because I played it so much. It grabbed me in a way that 3 didn't really do. When I beat 3, I was done with it. When I beat Vice City, I was not done with it. I wanted to keep playing it, and I played it a lot after I beat it. Okay, San Andreas. This one's a little simpler. I played it. By the time I played San Andreas, I think 5 was already out. So it was old hat by the time I played San Andreas, but I liked it a lot. I played it on Steam, but I don't think it would change that much. So I'm going to give it A, which is the same grade that I gave Vice City. I think it's better than Vice City, but San Andreas didn't grab me the way Vice City did at the time. If I'd played San Andreas when it first came out, I'd probably put it in S or GOAT, but I played it when it was already at 10 years old. So what can I do? And again, I even played it on Steam, so you could even argue I shouldn't be ranking it, but I am going to. Okay, Gran Turismo 3. Now, I'm going to get this out of the way. I didn't play the other Gran Turismo games, so I'm going to put these all 3. Gran Turismo 4, Gran Turismo 4 Prologue, and Gran Turismo Concept, and didn't play. Gran Turismo 3 is another game that's like Final Fantasy X for me. The game is A tier, but I played Gran Turismo 3 so much, we're talking like hundreds of hours, I have to put it in S. So I am going to throw Gran Turismo 3 into S. It's a great game. I really didn't think it was going to grab me the way that it did, but there's just something so simple and elegant about it. And it only really does one thing, but what it does extremely well. And I know this doesn't look really good now, but at the time, the game looked amazing, and there's so much to do. I played this game for hundreds of hours. and I didn't beat it. Mostly because the endurance races are BS. Like, I don't know what those are doing in the game. Like, they can't actually expect anybody to do that. I know some people did. I know some people put in the time to do the endurance races, but I didn't. But other than that, I did almost everything. Not everything, almost everything. Um, I don't have a lot to say about this one. It speaks for itself. You do one thing in this game, but it does that thing very effectively. It's a racing sim. Um, the reason why I never played the other Gran Turismo games is because there's so much to do in this game. I didn't feel the point. I was like, I got to finish this game first, and then I never completely finished the game. So yeah, it's one of the best games on the system. It kind of feels like everyone who had a PS2 had Gran Turismo 3, even if you didn't like it that much. It just feels like a game that you had to have. Although, surprised to find, it only sold like, I think it was like 13 million copies, which is less than one copy for every 10 PS2s that sold. So there must have been a lot of PS2 owners that didn't have Gran Turismo 3. But yeah, a lot of good memories here. It's not the best game ever, but I'd put it in S. Guilty Gear X2 I played with my boss when I worked at AT&T. I played it on an emulator as well, just so I could get a little bit better at it because my boss at AT&T was like a one of the best Guilty Gear players in the world. So if I didn't like at least put effort into it, it was gonna go very badly for me. But it's good. I liked it a lot. The combos are good. It feels good to play. Guilty Gear X2. I don't think I'd put it in A, mostly because I didn't play it a ton. But I would comfortably put it in B, I think. It's fun. I'm not a huge fighting game fan, but I did get into them for a little while because my boss at AT&T was like incredible at them and we played them on break a lot. He was I know he was like one of the best Guilty Gear players in America. He was a great Street Fighter player. He did the Persona 4 Arena, did a couple other games as well. So yeah, I'm gonna put Guilty Gear X2 in B. Didn't play it a ton, but I played it enough. Okay, what do we got now? We got Guitar Hero. Okay, I'm just gonna say it, not for me. These kinds of games just never resonated with me. I remember when these games were huge, and my brother got super into them. I don't know about Guitar Hero, but I know that at one point my brother, I'm not even memeing, this is not like me exaggerating, was one of the best players in the world on Rock Band. Like he had top 10 ranks on all four instruments. They would hold a competition at PAX every year. And my brother and his band would win it, and it wouldn't even be close. They used to do it at SakuraCon, and my brother and his band would always win. It wasn't even close. He was legitimately one of the best rock band players in the world, and I think the only reason why he didn't get there with Guitar Hero was because he played more rock band because he liked it more because it had drums. But yeah, my brother was incredible at these games. I just didn't care for them, not for me. So I didn't play Guitar Hero 1 or 2 or Encore. I did play 3. I think this is the one where the final song was The Devil Went Down to Georgia. It had, God, what else did it have? Pride and Joy from Eddie Vedder. My brother's actually here right now. I could go ask him what were the songs on Guitar Hero 3. My brother played it a lot. I actually did play it on the 360. And I'm not going to say it's bad. I'm not going to say this is a condemnation of the game. I just am not into it. But Guitar Hero 3, I'm going to put in C. I didn't hate it. I played it a little bit. And it was like, okay, like I get it. But I sucked at it. And it just wasn't for me. Hold on one second. I want to make sure I play this one. I can ask him about it. Hey, Riley, come here real quick. Oh. What were the main songs on Guitar Hero 3? No, I'm trying to remember if I played it or not. Oh, okay. I did play that one. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, that had Through the Fire and Flames, so I played it. I didn't play that song because it would have gone really badly, but yeah, I remember that was the one my brother had, although he got more into Rock Band. Okay, this is going to be tricky. Half-Life. So, Half-Life is goated. Half-Life 1 is my favorite first-person shooter ever. No, Half-Life 2 is better, but Half-Life 1 is like holy moly, one of the best games ever. Absolutely fire. There is no way that Half-Life on PS2 could be as good. But the game is so good, some of the stuff is going to hold up. What made Half-Life amazing was the fact that it was all one big level, which was revolutionary at the time. Every game was like broken up into levels. There was like, the monster elements, the world you were in. I love the storytelling in Half-Life. Those things are going to carry over, but playing it with a controller sounds unfortunate. So Half-Life on PC is GOAT. I'm going to put this in A. I'm just going to extrapolate based off thinking about playing it on a controller, knowing what I know about it on PC. It probably also doesn't look as good, right? Like, there's no way the graphics are going to be as good. Even though Half-Life came out in 1998. There's just no way it would look as good. Okay, I think this is not emulated. Yeah, I don't think the graphics. Well, you know what? Maybe it's about the same graphically. I just can't imagine it's nearly as fun to play. I wonder if they took anything out. I mean, it's a port of a game that was already 3 years old by the time they ported it. Maybe I'm over exaggerating. But the stuff that makes Half-Life like a historic masterpiece, some of it will carry over to a console release, but not all of it. So I'm going to put it in A. It's an iconic game. Oh, look at this. It's like frame rate drops. Yeah. I mean, that could happen on a PC too, right? But Half-Life 2 on Xbox. Yeah, I mean, oh my God, look at the frame rate drops. There's only one thing on screen. There's like one head crab. Why is the frame rate dropping? Like, it's not like this guy's playing it on a terrible PC or anything. He's playing it on a console. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This game was so good, but I didn't play it on PS2. I'm just guessing here. All right. Harry Potter. My brother played Chamber of Secrets. I didn't play any of them, so I'm going to put them all in didn't play. I don't think my brother thought that much of Chamber of Secrets, but he did beat it. So, I don't know. Harry Potter Quidditch World Cup. Okay. I don't know if the main Harry Potter games had Quidditch in them, but this is BS. You should not have to buy a whole new game just to play Quidditch. I hope there's Quidditch in these games too. Like, that's probably the most fun thing in a Harry Potter game, to play Quidditch. Don't tell me you had to buy a whole nother game just to do Quidditch. The Harry Potter game that's coming out later this year actually looks kind of good. I might check it out. It's also a great way to support J.K. Rowling. Okay, let me Harry Potter Chamber of. Let me see. I think I remember watching my brother play this game, but I never played it myself. I'll just pull it up just for fun. I don't want to spend too much time on a game that I didn't even play. J.K. Rowling needs our support more than ever right now. Yeah, I think my brother did play this. Okay, there is at least some Quidditch. Yeah, this looks familiar, but... Dude, wouldn't you get, like, expelled if you were just walking around Hogwarts throwing, like, magic balls everywhere? Like, aren't they pretty strict with their students? I haven't read those books in a while. Yeah, doesn't look like I missed out on a whole lot here. Gotta be honest. Okay, Harvest Moon Save the Homeland. I was kind of disappointed in this one. I played Harvest Moon on the Super Nintendo, and I liked it. And I thought, if they like trick it out for a modern release, like just make a beefier version of Harvest Moon on a 6th gen system, I would probably really get into it. But it was okay. I like the Super Nintendo version a little better though, because even though this game has more to do, it was a little more narrow in its like narrative. Like you had to like do these very particular things um to like actually accomplish a goal that wasn't just making money. There was actually like a overarching purpose that wasn't just, settle down with a girl, have a kid, have a family, make a farm, make money. I kind of wish this game was more just like chill. This game wasn't as chill. You actually had like a time limit to accomplish a goal. I don't remember it very well. I'm going to put it in C. Yeah. Yeah, Austin, I like Harry Potter. People like it way more than they should, I think, but I like the books. The book has good storytelling. Okay, so that's Harvest Moon Save the Homeland. C tier looks fine to me. It was another game, by the way, that I bought at Play and Trade and played after it was aged. So take that for what it is. High School Musical Dance 3. Yeah, didn't play that one. The Hitman games, however, I did play. Let me check here. So I think all the Hitman games are going to be like a B. Maybe I'd put Silent Assassin into C, but I think I'm going to just put them all in B. I liked them, they were good. I played most of them on Steam, though, and I played most of them when they were quite old. So I didn't get the full Hitman experience. I remember liking Blood Money quite a bit, though. But I'd put them in B. They're good. I don't love them. They're solid games. I appreciate them. I appreciate what they did. I didn't love them. I want to play the newer Hitman games though. What's S tier? S tier is right now Devil May Cry 3, Final Fantasy 10, God of War 1 and 2, and Gran Turismo 3. Yeah, probably Austin. Again, like back in the PS2 era, you could just sucker people. Just make a terrible game, put a license on it, and people are going to be like, "Oh, I think my kid will like that game because he likes Pirates of the Caribbean. That game has Jack Sparrow on the cover and he's going to like it and it would be the worst game ever." But the kid wouldn't know if he was young enough. The parents wouldn't know. They don't know about video games. They're just trying to make their kid happy. And you sell like 500,000 copies before anyone realizes what you've gotten away with. Um, Immortal, it's because I played San Andreas when it was already really old. I'm just going to cop to that. By the time I played San Andreas, Grand Theft Auto 5 was already out. And so I liked it a lot, but I didn't love it the way that I would have loved it if I played it when it first came out and it would have blown my mind. I didn't put Hitman low. B is good. B is good. There's nothing wrong with being in B. And I played the games when they were kind of older, also in fairness. I didn't play them when they first came out. I liked Blood Money the best too. Yeah. Okay. We're almost done with H here. We've got Hot Shots Golf 3 and 4, which I didn't play. And now it's time for me to hurt some feelings because Eco, I played it when it was older. I played it a few years ago, but I don't think that mattered that much. I just didn't enjoy it that much. I'm going to put it in C. Like the game has some cool parts, it has its moments, it's stylized. I appreciate all that. But I'm going to put Eco in C. I just didn't really get it. I know a lot of people love this game and adore this game and think it's one of the best games ever, but I just didn't like it that much. It was okay. I didn't regret playing it, but part of me kind of regrets paying $25 for it. Like I don't think it's a $25 game. I admired some of the stuff they were trying to do, but I don't think they made a great game. I think it's a very short game. There isn't a lot of replay value. It's mostly like a artistic game than it is like a stellar example of gameplay. Combat's very repetitive. The puzzles are well done, relatively speaking. Is that actually what the game looks like, or is this guy like using a emulator to fast forward? This has to be emulated, and he's doing 2x speed, right? There's no way the game actually looks like this. That cannot be right. Okay. If it is, that's actually pretty funny looking. I don't know. I beat Eco. It was okay. I just didn't get the. Some people like go goo goo gaga for that game. Some people love Eco. I just thought it was okay. Let me see here. Yeah. I mean, it's close to B in fairness. Like, I respect enough about the game to put it close to B, but I wouldn't put it in B. It's not B for me. Okay. Let's see here. The Incredible Hulk didn't play. Incredibles didn't play. How is there an Iron Man game on the PS2? The Iron Man movie didn't come out until after the PS2 was basically dead. How did PS2 get an Iron Man game? I want to look at this real quick. Okay, so I mean, this had to come out after the movie, right? Nobody knew who Iron Man was until the movie came out. This looks like it might be kind of okay, I guess. Destroy the main cannons. It looks like it might be okay. It depends on how it controls. Goddamn ads. I turned on incognito mode so you guys can't see the weird stuff I look at on YouTube sometimes, but that means my ad blocker doesn't work. Yeah, this game looks like it might be okay, but I didn't play it. All right, so now we're on to Jay, and Jay is going to start with Jack and Daxter. Um, Jack and Daxter, the first one, is the second PS2 game I played because when my parents gave us the PS2 for Christmas, they gave us two games to start: ATV Off-Road Fury, which was the first game I played, and Jack and Daxter, which was the second game I played. So this game was really important to me. I played it a lot. I beat it. I got all the power cells. This was before I even had consistent internet. So I couldn't like look anything up. If I was stuck in the game, I would just have to keep going till I figured it out. And it was great. Really well done game, really good looking game. Good level design. I remember I hated the snakes and spiders in the jungle. So when I got to those parts, I would like try to get a friend to play them for me. I hated snakes and spiders when I was a kid. Um, that being said, I don't think the game, like, it's hard for me to put it in like A tier or S tier or anything like that. I know it's not an amazing game. It seemed like an amazing game for me at the time, kind of, but it's not. It's just a good platformer with cool level design, cool world design. Um, Honestly, I am kind of tempted to put it into A tier because it was a very important game to young me. It was one of the first like real games that I super got into and played a lot. I don't think I'm going to though. I think it's probably just I think it's probably B tier, but it's like a really strong B tier. Yeah, I mean, I played it a ton when I was young. It was one of the first games I really got into. I don't think I can in good conscience put it in like any super high tier. Maybe it's A, but I think it's B. If I put it in A, it would be because it meant a lot to me as a kid more than anything with the game itself. I think. Like the other Jack games are better, but I just don't have as positive of an experience playing them. I remember this game had the shark. Do you remember the shark? If you swam out in the ocean and went too deep, a shark would come out of nowhere and just eat you. You guys remember that? Yeah, this game was good. I'm tempted to go A tier, but I'm just gonna put it in B. I can't give away A tier. Jack 2 and Jack 3, these were good games as well. I think I have the Jack trilogy on PS3. I only played through Jack 2 once, but they made it a little darker and edgier. They made it like cartoony GTA, which was cool, but it wasn't as charming as the first one. Jack was no longer a silent protagonist, which was weird. And it's a really good game. I liked it a lot. They put guns in the game. I think it was trying to ape Ratchet and Clank a little bit, but still maintained its own identity. It's probably better than the first Jack and Daxter, but it's not. To me, it doesn't feel better. So yeah, I'm gonna put that in. I'm gonna put that in B as well. Jack 3, I don't remember very well. I know I played it. I know I liked it. I think it had a lot of vehicle stuff in it, but I didn't play it nearly as much as even 2, I don't think. Okay, I remember these parts. The skateboarding parts. I kind of remember that. Okay. I don't really remember this. What is this, Pac-Man? Really crappy Pac-Man? Man, there's a lot of skateboarding in this game. Sorry, Austin. Is anyone else having issues with the stream right now? Is anybody else in the stream having issues? Yeah. Heavy vehicle focus. Yeah, there were a lot of guns you could do. It was trying to be Ratchet and Clank, but edgier. I don't think it worked great. Like, if you looked it up, the first Jack and Daxter sold over 4 million copies and was a huge hit. Jack 2 sold 1.6, so it was still a hit, but it massive downgrade. And then Jack 3 sold 1.3, and then the franchise was just dead. So I guess they did the wrong thing, because Ratchet and Clank games are still coming out. Like, that franchise did it right. Anyway, yeah, that's B. It's good. I didn't play Jack X Combat Racing. I heard it was pretty good, but I didn't play it. Smoke Drift, no. I'm on an incognito tab, so people can't see what I look up on YouTube in my free time, because it's none of your business. But when you're incognito, your ad blocker doesn't work. And you know what? The people who are posting these videos, they're doing God's work. They're doing God's work. They deserve some ad revenue. Who am I to deny them? Okay. James Bond. There were 5 James Bond games for the PS2, and I played 4 of them. Oh, hold on one second, guys. Just got an update about Julio Rodriguez. Bruising, but no structural damage. Okay, I guess that's good, right? Anyway, so I played 4 of these games. Agent Under Fire was bad. I borrowed it from a friend, and I beat it in like a weekend. And it was not good even at the time. Now it's probably even worse. Wow, you could beat it in like an hour and a half. Yeah, it doesn't look very good. It doesn't play very well. I remember just not being impressed by it. Even for the kind of game that it is. They kept trying to recapture the magic of GoldenEye 64, and it didn't work. Yeah, that enemy, like he turned around and just pointed his gun at Bond. He didn't even fire it. Also, how can you have a golden gun that doesn't do instant one-hit KOs? The golden gun should always be one-hit KO, or else why even have the golden gun? Agent Under Fire multiplayer? I didn't play the multiplayer. I only played the single player, and I thought it was pretty bad. So I'm going to put Agent Under Fire in D. I didn't like it, but it was playable. 007 Everything or Nothing, however. That had a really nice single player. I like that single player. I played it on Xbox, but I don't think it's going to be any different. It's a strong B tier, I think. I don't think I'd put it in A. That might be because I didn't play it enough, but Everything or Nothing was pretty good. Oh, Austin. Wendy's is good. Yeah, I like Wendy's. Everything or Nothing, I remember one thing about it was you could play the game and never fire a single bullet outside of like one part if you wanted to. I didn't play it like that, but you could choose to play the game like a pure stealth game and it would be totally workable. It was actually really well designed. But I don't think it's A tier. I didn't play it enough, and I didn't think it was good enough to be A tier. I'll put it in B. From Russia with Love wasn't as good. I also played this one on Xbox. but it was still good. I liked it. It was a really cool idea. They went back to an old James Bond movie and made a game based off of it. And I don't know how well it sold, but I was actually really impressed that they even tried to do a James Connery, or excuse me, James Bond Sean Connery. I'll put that in B as well. It was good. I liked it. B's pretty good. Um, GoldenEye Rogue Agent, I did not play. I heard it wasn't good, but I didn't play it. Obviously, trying to capture the magic of the GoldenEye 64, and from what I heard, it did not do it. Okay, this next one's kind of tough. I don't think Nightfire was a good game, but I played it a lot, and I really enjoyed the single player and multiplayer. I don't think it's great. I definitely noticed that at parts it was like, this isn't as good as other shooters I played. But I just ended up playing this one a lot. I'm not saying it's a great game. I'm sure that if I played it now, it would probably not hold up. There was just something about this game that resonated with me. I remember renting it. Me and my dad would play it, and then we beat it. And then eventually I bought it because I wanted to keep playing it. I'm going to put it in B. I'm not going to act like it's a great game. I'm not going to act like it's great just because I have good memories of playing it when I was a preteen or teen. But I don't know. There's something about this game that just worked for me. I like the driving parts. I don't know. There was something about it that just kind of worked. What do you do in the Jaws game? I never played the Jaws game, but I want to see what you did in it. Were you the shark? Did you play as the shark? I want to look this up. Yeah, you play as the shark, it looks like. I mean, I didn't play it, so I'm going to throw it in didn't play. But I want to take a look at this. It's kind of funny. You don't play as, like, the humans running from the shark. You play as the shark. Yeah, look at this. Oh, you're in a lab? Oh, this looks awesome. So, like, you trick him into going to some place where you can grab him, and then you grab him. How did Jaws get trapped like this, though? Like, Jaws is supposed to be out in the ocean. Like, what happened here? Oh, it's protesters. They're holding up signs, like, Free Tibet. Oh, you can break the window. Awesome. Oh, did you see those graphics? How the water filled up in the room? That looked terrible. I don't know. It looks kind of fire, but I didn't play it. Jet Li Rise to Honor didn't play. This game doesn't even have an English title, and it sold over 1 million copies. And at first, I had no idea what this was. It is a video game adaptation of Fist of the North Star. So let's. I want to look this up here real quick. But I obviously haven't played it. I've never even seen Fist of the North Star. But this is a video game version of. Oh, it's a fighting game. Yeah, Daniel, it's not GoldenEye 64. It's GoldenEye Rogue Agent on the PS2. I think it actually sucked. Let me check something out here. GoldenEye Rogue. Yeah, it came out in 2004. It did not get good reviews. It has no relation to the film or game. Yeah, okay. On game, let me check the reviews. On Metacritic, it has a score of like 60. So this game sucked. Eurogamer gave it a 2 out of 10. Yeah. GoldenEye 64 I played when it was already really old, and it was good. It was still good, but I never played Rogue Agent. It did sell well, but it was not well reviewed and well thought of. So yeah, I didn't play GoldenEye Rogue Agent. Was it any good, Daniel? So yeah, I didn't play this game, but it sold really well for a game that didn't even get a translation to an English in its title. It's still a Japanese title. Okay. Juiced did not play. Just Cause, I think I played. Let me check. Yes, I played it on PC though, but it was good, and I'm going to assume that that goodness at least mostly carries over. I'm going to give it a B. A lot of games in B. A lot of games you play are just like they're good, but you're not jumping up and down over them. You know. Pretty good landing spot for a game that's like worth playing. I'd play it again, but I'm not falling all over myself to play it again. Adamari Damacy. Okay, here we go. Adamari Damacy was a game that was $20 on release because the developers knew the game was not worth full price. It's pretty cool. You play as a tiny little dude who's trying to roll a bunch of stuff into a big ball. And you have a limited amount of time to make your ball as big as possible. So it's quirky, it's weird, it's a niche game for sure, but it is pretty fun. Like, look at this. He's like rolling around into this room picking up socks, and the more stuff he gathers into his Katamari, the bigger it gets. And he's trying to get to a certain size by a certain amount of time. Like, this is a pretty cool game. Like, now he's picking up soda cans, he's picking up Christmas decorations, he's picking up... Like, you can basically pick up pretty much anything that isn't nailed down. I didn't play it long, but I played it for a little while, and it was good. I don't think there's enough to do in the game to make it any better than B tier, but it is a B tier game all day. Um, I know this game ended up starting a franchise, so whatever they did it right. Like, yeah, see, his ball's already big enough. But if he hits something hard, if he hits the wall too hard, he'll lose his the stuff he picked up. So you can't. So unless you just want to stop, you eventually have to be like, well, if I could lose my circumference, I could lose my diameter. But yeah, it's a good game. It sparked a franchise. I'm putting it in B. We love Katamari. I didn't get a chance to play, but it's probably good. I just didn't play it. Kessen. Okay. I'm not... I don't think Kessen was a good game, but I played it a lot when I was younger. Um, it's an RTS game on a console, which, I mean, that's not really... Like, RTS games on console, that's brutal. I remember this game was really easy if you picked blue. If you picked red, it was really hard. But if you picked blue, you would just, like, kind of waffle stomp everything. Yeah, you had, like, these special maneuvers you could utilize when you're going into attack. These CG parts were really cool. Like, you would have your unit do a certain order against another unit, and then they would come in and they would do a ton of damage to the other unit. It had a storyline. I don't remember it super well. Just ignore the fact that his spear is, like, chopping his head decoration off. Okay. I want to see if I can find one of the... Yeah, okay, here we go. This is the raid. And, like, if you did, like, the right special against the right type of unit, it would do extra damage. And you could just completely wreck the enemy by just using the right specials. I played this game a lot, but it was really short. And as an RTS, it's probably not that good, but I had a decent time with it. I'm not going to act like the game was good. It probably isn't, but I'm not going to say it's bad. Like, see, that movie just did only killed 70 units, but it did knock their zeal down 30 points. So I think this is C tier. Kessen C. I didn't play the sequels. I kind of wish I did. Maybe I'll emulate them. But it was one of the early PS2 games, I think. Killer 7, I didn't play this. I don't think I played Kill Switch. Let me make sure. No, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't play Killer 7 or Kill Switch. So we're just going to bump those both into didn't play. Okay, Killzone. Wow. Killzone. This is a game that was very hyped as like a Halo competitor, and then it came out and people hated it. I don't even think it sold 1 million copies. It just died. I bought it at Play and Trade and played it when it was already like 8 to 10 years old. And I didn't like it very much because it was really frustrating and it was actually like hard. And it was one of those games where when you died, the checkpoints were like really, really far apart. So it would take forever to get back to where you were. There are some people that love this game or at least like this game a lot. And they say the key is to play it as like a stealth shooter where you're really taking your time and going slowly, which I did not do. I played it like Halo. Maybe I would have liked it more if I played it like a, slow going stealth game. I don't know. But as it is, I thought it was okay. I'm going to put it in C. I don't think it's bad enough to put in D, but it's actually kind of close. I found this game to be frustrating most of the time. All right. Kingdom Hearts. So, if I was a little younger, if I was like 7 or 8 years old when these games came out, I would probably have loved them. But by the time Kingdom Hearts came out, I was already like 12, almost 13, and I didn't play them until I was 13 or maybe even 14. So I don't have the nostalgia for Kingdom Hearts that a lot of people do. I just don't. They are good games. I admire them. They could have made these games terrible and just bet on kids buying them because it has Disney characters and nerds buying them because it has Final Fantasy characters and still probably sold millions of copies. But they actually made a good game with, at first, a pretty good storyline, and they made the combat cool. They made the combat fun. I just thought they were good games, though. I didn't love them the way that a lot of people do. I think the people who love Kingdom Hearts games are mostly people who were really young when they came out and associate an era of their childhood with these games, which I just don't. So they're good, though. I'm going to put both in B. Kingdom Hearts, like it's a good, respectable game, but the camera's not very good, and the combat gets old after a while. Kingdom Hearts 2 is better, but I think it's in the same tier. I don't think it's A. I wouldn't put it in A. I like both games. Excuse me. Um, let's see here. Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories was interesting. I don't think I would put it in B. I don't think it's good enough to put into B. It had a very weird combat system. It had a really weird combat system where you would what was it? It was like action based. It was like action based combat, but it used cards. Like you could only attack if you had the right cards. I know this was like a Game Boy Advance port. I'm assuming they had to drastically rework the game on PS2. And it's interesting. I'm going to say it's a very strong C tier, though. I don't think it's any higher than that. I'm going to put it in C. It's a really good C tier, but it's not B. All right. Let's see here. Well, let me make sure my mic is still working. Yeah, okay, my mic is still working. Kelowna 2 didn't play. I know it's a sequel to another very niche game, but the people who played Kelowna games like them a lot. I didn't. Knockout Kings 2001 was one of the games I inherited from my uncle. And looking back on it, it's certainly not a very good game. Like, this was before Knockout Kings rebranded into Fight Night. But I liked it. I had fun with it. But I don't think I liked it enough and played it enough to, like, consider it to be any better than what it actually is. It's a good game for its time, but it's not a good game now. It's like D. If when I played it, it was more like B. I liked it. Let me, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in D. I don't think it's good enough to be C, even though I had enough fun with it at the time, maybe. It didn't, like, overpower me with nostalgia or anything like that. I'm trying to be real here. Okay, La Pucelle Tactics. Actually, before we move on, I want to pull up Knockout Kings 2001. Let me pull this up on stream. This is we got some time. Floyd Mayweather was in Knockout Kings? I didn't know that. God, this looks so much cooler in my head. Thinking about this game in my head, like the game was like looked better than this. I mean, it's still fun. Like you can still see like them putting together combos, but modern boxing games have just obviously put this to shame. So I'm not going to give it any higher than a D. Like there's not much to the game other than this. I remember me and my brother would have contests to see who could get ejected the fastest. Like you would just come out and there was a button combo you can push to hit them in the nuts. Like you could just do that over and over again, and you get it disqualified in like 8 seconds. You could do headbutts. It was pretty funny. But yeah, game's not really good. Maybe it was good at the time. La Pucelle Tactics. Okay, this was another game I picked up from Play and Trade and played when it was old. It's good. It is definitely good. I wouldn't call it. It doesn't hold up to Disgaea or Final Fantasy Tactics, but it's charming. It has a nice little style of its own. It has the same gameplay type. It has some elements that are different. It feels like it plays really slowly compared to the truly great tactical RPGs like Final Fantasy Tactics and Disgaea. But it's the same rough idea, and I liked it. It's a good game. I'm thinking B tier. This is a B tier game, I think. My God, this character design looks like it's straight out of Disgaea. Oh yeah, it would go to one of these little like battle scenes whenever you attacked, which was kind of weird. Yeah, Austin, there are going to be a lot of games like that. The thing is, I didn't play games when I was really little. I played games when I had a little bit better of a discerning eye for quality than I do now. La Pucelle Tactics, I'm going to put that in B. I liked playing it. And I played it when it was old, by the way. If I played it when it first came out, I might have really liked it. But it was still good. Blood Omen 2 Legacy of Kain. Didn't play. I've never played a Legacy of Kain game. That goes for Soul Reaver. Got some Lego games. I didn't play any of these. I've never played a Lego game. Somebody tell me if I missed out not playing the Lego games. I might play the new Star Wars one at some point, but I've never played a Lego game. Yeah, I might play the new Star Wars game, Daniel, but I've never played a Lego game. I did not play Lifeline. I've heard it was like a game where you used voice commands, which sounds kind of cool. Excuse me. Um, let's see here. Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers. Okay, so these games were obviously tie-ins with the movie, and they're not good, but I loved the Lord of the Rings when I was a kid, and they tied in with the movies really tightly. So I don't think they're terrible, but I can't really call them good. The combat's very stilted. I remember thinking that the game was interesting because they would come out before the movie, so you could like play the game and it would give you like a sneak preview of the movie. No Smoke Drift. I've never played a Harry Potter game. My brother played Chamber of Secrets. That's it. This actually looks a little less stilted than I remember, but it's still. I don't think I would call them good. It just. I don't know. And I remember when you died, you had to start the whole level over, so you could spend like an hour trying to beat a level, and then you'd get to the final boss, and the final boss would be like really hard, and you'd be so worn down, you'd just die, and you'd have to spend all day trying to beat one level, and there was no guarantee you could do it. But I loved Lord of the Rings movies when I was a kid, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna like these games more than I should. I think, the Two Towers and Return of the King are both gonna be C tier. I can't give them any higher than that. I remember they were really like, I felt really satisfied when I beat them. I kind of liked the I did kind of like those levels that were like tower defense where you would have to like protect the top of the wall at Helm's Deep. But I I don't know. They're both C tier, I think. I'm just gonna throw them both in C tier. And I'm gonna say they're not bad. 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that. I had somebody trying to get my attention. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to finish everything in this stream. So I'm going to try to get about halfway through. I'm probably not going to be able to get there actually looking at this. There are so many good games that start with M. I'm not going to finish M. So I am going to have to break this up into two parts. Sorry, guys. I'm going to have to break this up into two parts. I'm going to come back after dinner because we're having a really early dinner today because my brother's here, which I wasn't expecting. And when we are, and we're going to come back and do the second half of this list after I eat. Anyway, Lord of the Rings, The Third Age, I never played. I think this one was a little bit better than the other ones, apparently, but I didn't play them. Okay, so we're on M now, and M has some bangers, so we're going to spend some time here, for sure, but it's going to be worth it. Madagascar I didn't play. I never even saw the movie. All right, Madden. So if you guys are watching this stream right now, there's a very good chance you're very familiar with Madden because it's basically the only football sim franchise in existence. So you probably played some of these games if you are old enough to have been around when these games were in their heydays. So I played most of them. Let's do Madden 2001. So this one, not very good. I'm just going to say it right now. This one's not very good. It doesn't have franchise mode. You can just play single seasons, if I recall correctly. I mean, I had some fun with the game, but without a franchise mode, there's just no point in me getting deep into it. Like, you could only play a single season, and then you had to just start the season over. And I remember being really disappointed in that. I thought it would have been really cool to just have a franchise that keeps going. And at this time, the Madden just didn't offer that. That was a terrible throw. How did he... What a catch, dude. This guy's the real MVP. Ooh, Kevin Dyson. This was not my first Madden, but it was the first console Madden. I had Madden 98 on the PC. Eddie George, one of the most overrated players in NFL history. Touchdown, Eddie George. There's no scoreboard on the screen right now. This is weird. Like, have you ever seen a... Shoot. Have you ever seen a Madden game that did not have, like, a scoreboard on screen at all times? But hey, at the time, the game was cool. This was another game I inherited from my uncle. But, there's not a lot to say. It's Madden. It didn't have franchise mode. So I had some fun with it at the time. I don't want to be too harsh on it. But this one, I think this one's going to go in D tier because there just wasn't... It's a sports game, and it's a sports game that I couldn't even put a ton of time into because there was no point in putting a ton of time into Madden 01. But it was my first console Madden. Okay, Madden 2002, I did not play. Madden 2003, I didn't play. 2004 was the first Madden that I started to really go into, like, super deep. But it still didn't totally grab me the way that other Maddens did. It's okay. This was the one with Michael Vick where he was, like, super broken and extremely unfair. But, I mean... It's kind of funny in hindsight, but at the time it was kind of BS. It was unfair that Vic was that good because in real life he was nothing like that. Like they pushed it a little too far with that one. Game looks much better than 2001. I can already tell just from looking at this. The presentation's a little more on point. Like the scoreboard, seems like they have the scoreboard on screen more often. What is this? Oh, he's playing against the Falcons, so he's gonna have to deal with Vic. Or I think he's playing... No, okay, he's playing as the Falcons. Yeah, Michael Vick in this game was both incredibly fast, incredibly agile, and also had a cannon arm that was pinpoint accuracy. It was like there was no flaw in his game, which is ridiculous because in real life, Vic was always extremely inaccurate. So, That part of it was more amusing than anything else. But this game I got into more. This was the first time when I really got into a Madden game and really got like deep into it. I'd still just put it in C because it still didn't quite get there for me. Um, I didn't spend that much time with it. You know, for the most part, Madden games are like whatever game you personally spent the most time with for whatever reason is the game you're going to like the most. Austin, I've only been on for like less than 10 minutes. I've been on for less than 10 minutes. I've ranked 3 games now. Madden 01, Madden 04, and Madagascar, which I didn't play. I just got here, basically. Um, anyway, the Madden I got into was Madden 2005. This was a game I've played for thousands of hours, like no meme. Yeah, I am going to think pretty highly of this one. I remember the Tony Bruno radio show. That was great. I pretty much had everything he would say memorized because I played this so much. Franchise mode was super deep in '05. It was like you would never really run out of things you can do. The gameplay was good. This was back when the gameplay was still really on point. It was simple, but it functional. Oh, he's going for a fake. What the heck was that, dude? He's trying to fake a field goal with the Browns? Okay, so this is the Madden I played the most by far. I did a full 30-year franchise mode on this one. I learned all the strategies in fantasy draft. I learned all the patterns of fantasy draft so I could always get a super OP team. I got so good at the gameplay of the game, I would win every game by at least 5 touchdowns, sometimes as many as 10. And I would play it on all Madden with sliders adjusted to make things harder for me, and it didn't matter. I was just I'd figured out what plays you could use to just cheese the crap out of the CPU. I memorized audibles. I figured out how to do like player sub, like Mickey Mouse, these player subs, so you could keep your players rested at all times. It's a really good game that, even though I know that among true gamers, a lot of true gamers thumb their nose at like sports games, but I think this is one of the good ones. This was back when they were good, and it was the game that resonated with me the most. How did he not fumble? Yeah, so for me, this game is pretty iconic. It's a B tier game, but I played it so much, I'm going to put it in A tier. This is like one of my immunity idol. I just really, really got a kick out of it games. I know it's not, like it's a sports game. There's no way it's actually A tier. It's the same as 04 with slightly better graphics in the hit stick, but this was the one that resonated the most with me by far. Madden 06, I didn't play very much. I think this is the one that introduced passing cones, which was something that really didn't work well. They tried to incorporate the fact that certain quarterbacks were just smarter than others by making it so that like the elite quarterbacks would have big passing cones where they could only pass within the cone. And then like Joey Harrington and other bad quarterbacks would have like a passing cone that was like this big. But it was really kind of unwieldy. I played it a little bit, but I'm gonna say I didn't play it because I didn't really play it. I barely played it. I can't really say anything about it. Madden 07, I didn't play very much. I bought it only because it had Sean Alexander on the cover. I bought it after the fact. Like by the time I bought Madden 07, it was already very old. I bought it for a couple bucks because I wanted the one with Sean Alexander on the cover. And I played it a little bit. Just I went through like a franchise mode. It was fine, but it didn't resonate with me. This is an instance where, yes, the game is good. The game is probably better than 05, but it didn't personally resonate with me because I didn't play it enough. So I'm going to put it in C. It's probably a B tier game that I just didn't play enough. I don't think I played Madden 08. Hold on. I'm going to have to look this up. 1685. Yeah, I played 09. I didn't play 08. So I'm going to put this one and didn't play. And I know I didn't play the one with Peyton Hillis on the cover, which was 12. This game came out like 3 years after the PS2 was dead. So I don't know why it's even like on the PS2, but whatever. Okay, so that's Madden. Unfortunately, there aren't enough people here to really like digest all that, but yeah, that's basically what I think about the Madden games on the PlayStation and PlayStation 2. And unfortunately, since then, I mean, they've made Madden games that I enjoyed, but it doesn't hit the same. The franchise modes are, I mean, on the last Madden, the one with Lamar on the cover, like no meme, the franchise mode is less deep than the one in '05. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's unbearable that they actually make a Madden game now that is less deep than the one they made 20 years ago. Okay. Anyway, now that we're done with Madden, let's keep it going. Okay, Mafia. Mafia, this is the first one. I played it on Steam. I did not play it on the PS2, but I thought it was good, and I don't think it would lose a ton from being on a console. So I am gonna give that a B tier. I think. Yeah. Let's see here. I'll play clips from it for a minute here. Oh, this is emulated, so it's not gonna look this good in real life. But let's check this out. So, okay. I didn't play Madden 12. I didn't play Madden for a long time. All right, so basically this game was like old school GTA. I didn't love it or anything, but it was fun. It was good. It had a pretty decent storyline, driving parts, shooting parts. Not nearly as good as GTA, but I'd say it was good. I'll give it a B. That's B. Okay, Manhunt, I did not play the first one. A lot of people love this game. A lot of people think this game is one of the last great Rockstar games. They made a basically a game that's like a snuff film, but it's so goofy. Nobody really took it seriously. It was just kind of a kind of funny. The game had a lot of like over the top executions and stuff, but it didn't take itself seriously. So a lot of people really like this one. Yeah, Austin, those were the best Maddens, I think. Although I didn't play '06 or '08. I played 5 almost exclusively. I loved 5. '05. Okay, Manhunt I'm going to put in didn't play, but Manhunt 2 I've played. Now, a lot of people were disappointed in Manhunt 2 because it took itself way more seriously. It tried to be like edgy, and people didn't like that. They wanted a game that was goofy. So Manhunt 2, I played through it. It's okay. I'll probably put it in like C tier. I want to play the original Manhunt at some point. I probably will. But I'm going to put Manhunt 2 in C. Just kind of a goofy little Rockstar game. I don't have a ton to say about it other than that. Um, the Mark of Kree, I didn't play this one. I've heard some good things. Marvel Nemesis, I didn't play that. Didn't play either Ultimate Alliance game. I've heard good things. Didn't play either Maximo game. Okay. Max Payne. Max Payne 1 on PC is GOAT for me. I love it. Playing it on a PS2 sounds miserable. Okay? Like that just sounds like torture. I'm thinking about doing like the dodging. No. I want PS2 specifically. Okay, this is emulated, but whatever. Like I loved this game on PC. I played it so much. I played through it over and over and over again. I mean, this makes it look not so bad, but like thinking about trying to play this game on a controller sounds like a bad time. But I really liked this game a lot on PC. It's one of my favorites. It's one of the games that I like more than most people. It just really, really resonated with me for some reason. Um, the dream levels especially would be miserable on a controller, I think. I'm guessing the PS2 version doesn't have quick saves, which was part of the fun of this game. So you add it all up. Let's see here. Okay, I mean, this guy's doing the thing. Although, again, this is emulated. But I really like this game. I had a ton of fun with it. I kind of want to put it in B, just extrapolating and just imagining what it would be like playing on a PS2. But, God, I don't know. That's not really doing the game justice. I'll put it in B. This didn't play tier is getting huge, man. Look at this. I played a lot of PS2 games, and look at all the ones I still didn't play. Okay, Max Payne 2, I didn't like quite as much, but I would put it in S tier. But on the PS2, you've got the same basic issue. Like playing a game where you're doing this like dodging and aiming and having to multitask with a controller, there's just no way. It's not going to be the same. But it's a great game. I'm probably going to put it in B tier as well because I know it's going to be not nearly as good on console. I'm still going to go ahead and give it some... I'm going to give it some credit for having some of the good stuff survive, but dodging and aiming. Yeah, the Tony Bruno show was cool. I don't think the modern Maddens have anything like that, do they? I don't think they do. Yeah, I'm putting that in B. I'm just going to assume some of the good stuff carries over, but not most of it. It probably would have been good, but PC versions of Max Payne were goated. Or borderline goated, at least. Medal of Honor European Assault, I didn't play. Medal of Honor Frontline, I did play. This is the best Medal of Honor game on the PS2 for sure. I bought this game back a couple years after it came out. I played through it once, and I liked it quite a bit. I think the first level is the D-Day, which felt really, really, at the time, really, really cool. I'm sure now it probably isn't. But there was a good variety of missions. I will always associate this game with feeling really, really sick, though. I got this game right before I was going in for whatever the thing is where you stick the camera up your butt. I'm not going to say why, but I had to get something looked at. So for like a day, well, maybe it was 2 days before the procedure, I could not eat anything except like broth. So for 2 days, I couldn't have anything solid. It was like chicken broth and maybe Jello. And I remember, like, and I was decided, okay, well, I can't eat. It's going to suck, so I'm just going to play a lot of Medal of Honor Frontline. I remember feeling fudging terrible trying to play this game because all I had in my body was chicken broth. And I couldn't do anything about it, right? Like, I couldn't sleep. There's no way I'm going to get to sleep when I feel that awful. There's no way I'm going to be able to... Like I can't eat anything else. I can't do anything to make myself feel better. So I was like, well, I guess I'll just keep playing this game so I can do something. But I will always associate this game with feeling like absolute dog crap because I was basically I couldn't eat anything. But it's a really good game. It's not quite A for me. I'm going to put this in B as well. I don't know. Maybe if I played it more, I'd put it in A, but I'm going to put it in B. It's good. Okay, Medal of Honor Rising Sun was the sequel. I didn't play it when it came out. I remember the reviews were kind of bad. I think this was the game that had controversy because in the first level you actually play as a Japanese soldier in Pearl Harbor, but I could be wrong. But regardless, I remember the game did not get nearly as good of reviews as Frontline. I played it. I picked it up for like $2 at Play and Trade years later, and played it probably 7 or 8 years ago, and it was a step down. I didn't like it that much. Part of it was because I played it when it was old, but it's a big step down from Frontline. I'm going to put it in C. Perfectly playable. I didn't hate playing it, but it's not a good game. Medal of Honor Vanguard I didn't play. Mercenaries, didn't play either of these. Did not play Metal Arms, although I knew a couple people who loved this game and praised it up and down. Oh boy. And now we're going to get to some big stuff. I wish there were more people in the room right now because I'm going to go off on this one for a minute here. Metal Gear Solid. So, when I was just after I got my PS2, it might have been 2001, maybe it was 2002, but I think it was 2001. I had just gotten my PS2 and I had an aunt. And she got me a PS2 game for Christmas that year. And she didn't know anything about video games, so she just rolled into the game store and was like, "Okay, what's a kid gonna like? You know, what can I get for my?" At the time, I would have been 12-year-old nephew. And if you think about what a typical video game store employee would say at that point, it'd probably be like, um, it'd probably be some dumb platformer game, right? No, it was Zone of the Enders. So, with my aunt knowing nothing about video games, somehow she shows up to Christmas with a game as niche and as stylish as Zone of the Enders. And it was good. We're going to talk about Zone of the Enders later. But the reason why Zone of the Enders 1 sold as well as it did, the reason why people even knew what it was because it came with the Metal Gear Solid 2 demo disc. And after the first Metal Gear Solid was such a smash hit, people were super excited for 2, and then you would just get this demo disc with Zone of the Enders where you could play the first like half hour, 45 minutes. It was in Japanese. They hadn't translated it yet. It had subtitles, but excuse me. All the audio was Japanese. But just from that demo, people were like, this is going to be the greatest game ever. This is going to be the greatest game of all time. Like, there's no way it's not. This gameplay is incredible. Like, it was doing things that at the time no games did. It was unthinkable. The way that, like, okay, you're outside when it's raining on the tanker, and then you go inside. Your character is still wet and will be wet for a little bit of time. They're going to drip dry while they're out inside. At the time, you didn't really see that in other games. I remember, like, the way you could hold people at gunpoint instead of just shooting them. The way you could like knock them out instead of killing them, the way you could throw them over the side of the boat so you wouldn't get discovered. It was doing things that games at the time just didn't do. The main thing I remember from the demo was the way in which Solid Snake would take the stairs. Because in games at that point, whenever a character you were controlling went upstairs, it was just like they were walking just like they always walk, and they would just go up an incline until they were at the top of the stairs. But in this game, this was the first game I remember where it would actually show your character taking the steps one at a time, like a human would. That blew my mind. And I know it sounds like a trivial thing now, but at the time, it was not. It was like a pretty big deal that Metal Gear Solid 2 was doing that. So, not too long after I ended up getting the full game, this is another rated M game that my parents did not care if I played. Figure it out. I know that a lot of people found it to be disappointing. Some people even hate this game. I get it. It's trying to do things that are very different, very weird. But this, to me, is easy GOAT. I think this is the best Metal Gear Solid game except for maybe 5. This is definitely GOAT. This is one of my favorite games ever. Played it over and over. It is like the definition of a game that flew too close to the sun with the stuff that it was trying to do. It was trying to be a postmodern commentary. It was trying to be a commentary on, in some ways, actually, some people have said that, like, Hideo Kojima predicted the social justice warrior movement 15 years before it actually came to be, or 10 years or whatever. With some of the stuff it said about, postmodern truths. There are cutscenes in this game that take like half an hour, 45 minutes. Sometimes you just sit there for hours without playing the game and you're like, this is not a game. This is a movie that has a few playable segments. But if you're willing to meet Hideo Kojima on his terms and accept that, I think this game's an absolute masterpiece. This is GOAT all day, every day. And Substance is the exact same game with slightly better controls and like 500 optional VR missions you can do. So I'm going to put that goated as well. Snake Eater. I had a friend when Snake Eater came out. Right after it came out, my friend got his hands on Snake Eater. And I'm pretty sure he stole it, but I never know. He was the kind of kid who definitely would have stolen it. But I'm pretty sure he stole it. He brought it over to my house, and we played it over the course of a few nights together. And it was... I mean, look, the story is way simpler. It's more streamlined. Well, okay, let me find the clip. Hold on. Before I go on about Snake Eater, predicted the future. Okay. Okay, let's play the audio here. Like, I think this is one of the big scenes. Okay, let me hook up my audio properly.
If you're immortal, why would you take away individual freedoms and censor the net?
We succeeded in digitizing life itself.
But there are things not covered by genetic information.
What do you mean?
Human memories, ideas, culture, history.
Genes don't contain any record of human history.
Is it something that should not be passed on? Should that information be left at the mercy of nature?
We've always kept
The
records
ending of this
our
game
lives,
really kind of
through
blew my
words,
mind. I didn't get it
pictures,
for a long
symbols,
time. It
from
took me a while.
tablets to books.
But not all the information was inherited by later generations. A small percentage of the whole.
It's like the
was
villains of
selected
this
and
game were
processed,
almost like
then
social
passed
justice
on.
warriors
Not
in a way.
unlike genes, really.
They really predicted
That's
the
what
future
history
here.
is, Jack.
But in the current digitized world, trivial information is accumulating every second, preserved in all its triteness, never fading, always
So good.
accessible.
Rumors about petty
But yeah, the
issues,
gameplay was, like,
misinterpretation,
breathtaking.
slander.
All this
The new $2 cheesy double beef burritos. A 3-cheese blend with melty nacho cheese sauce and...
The game looks amazing too. The graphics are like, holy crap. The graphics are just incredible. For the time. The game still looks fine, but at the time, I remember looking at this game going like, I can't believe how far we've come. And the PS2 was the least powerful 6th gen console, and it still looked like this and still played like this. Yeah. Okay, so anyway, Snake Eater. The story is a lot simpler. There are some minor issues I have with Snake Eater that are pretty much insignificant. The story is basically like a James Bond story, which I don't like as much as what 2 did. 2 flew too close to the sun, but I respect the effort immensely. I think that the effort was very, very commendable. Snake Eater did not take as many risks. But the game was still phenomenal. And what really won the game over for me was the ending. I'm just going to say it. The first time I beat Snake Eater, the plot twist at the end took me for such a shock. It was like a very simple, very elegant plot twist, right? It wasn't convoluted like 2. It wasn't convoluted like BioShock Infinite. But it was so... The presentation was so good, it actually messed me up, like, emotionally. It actually... I remember crying because it just messed me up so good. Not just the twist, but the way it's presented was so good.
I wonder how many are
It made up for so much of the stuff in this game that I wasn't the biggest fan of. It was a goofier game than 2. The bosses, the boss fights were fun, but the bosses themselves were kind of dumb. It was like, they were like Pokemon almost. All they did was say their name over and over. But yeah, this game, it's definitely GOAT tier. Even with the little things that bugged me, the ending is just so good. This is GOAT. I got a little gnat in my room. So yeah, Snake Eater's GOAT, and Substance I technically haven't played, but I know what it is. Substance is the same game plus VR missions, so it's going GOAT as well. I don't care. Like, it's Metal Gear Solid 3 with VR missions. It has to be GOAT. Okay, Midnight Club. I've never played a Midnight Club game that I can recall. I'm gonna just put all these in didn't play. I did not play MLB 08 The Show. I played 07 on PS3. I did not play 08. Didn't play Monster Hunter. Didn't play Monster Rancher 4. Didn't play any of the PS2 Mortal Kombats. I know Deadly Alliance was good, from what people told me. Deception, Shaolin Monks, MVP Baseball. Didn't play either of these. Didn't play MX vs. ATV Unleashed or Untamed or MX Unleashed. And missed 3 Exile. We did not play. So that is M. A lot of games we didn't play. N is going to have a ton of games. Madden 07's on the list. I did Madden 07. Madden 07 was, I put it in C because I didn't play it as much. Yeah, Madden 07's right here. It's the one with Sean Alexander on the cover. Yeah, that's here. I just didn't play it enough. I'm sure it's as good as 5. I just didn't play it as much. Okay, so now we're on to N. And this is going to have a lot of games I didn't play as well. So, Namco Museum 50th Anniversary. So, Namco Museum 50th Anniversary has Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man, Galaxy. I mean, I played pretty much all these games, but I didn't play them on this collection. I'm just going to say I didn't play it. Namco Museum. Which one was this one? Namco Museum. Okay, oh, this is the one. Okay, I mean, I played all these games, Pac-Man, Dig Dug, Galaga, Pole Position 2. But I didn't actually play this collection, so I'll put it in didn't play. Didn't play Nano Breaker, heard good things. Didn't play any of the Naruto games, was not a Naruto kid. I wish I watched more anime when I was a kid. I feel like if I watched more anime when I was a kid, I would have been like a much better person. I don't know why. Okay, NASCAR 2001. This was a game I inherited from my uncle. I didn't like it very much. I didn't play it a lot. The only thing that I liked in NASCAR 2001 was you could like turn your car around and start going backwards on the track. Like that was cool. Let's see here. So I'm going to, I think we have our first F game. I'll put it in an F. It's not like I have any huge negative feelings for the game, but even at the time I didn't like it. So I'm going to put that in F. We have our first F tier game. Let's see here. I didn't play any more NASCAR games. I've never played a NASCAR game since 2001. Not a NASCAR guy. I didn't play the 2Ks from this era. I didn't start playing 2K again until like 2K11. And I played a little bit of like 2K98. So there's a huge gap there. I didn't play any of these. Allen Iverson, Shaq. NBA Ballers, I didn't play. The NBA Live that I played was 07. So I didn't play any of these. I played 07. Did not play 03, 04, 05, or 06. I played the one with 07, and it was okay. I didn't love it or anything, but it was pretty good. I don't have a lot to say about it other than that. But it was pretty good, but I didn't play the previous ones. I didn't play NBA Street. I did play NBA Street Volume 2, but not a lot. I think I played it. Was this the one with Kobe and Chauncey Billups as, like, the two main characters, or was that the first one? Because I played the one where it was Kobe and Chauncey Billups doing one-on-one. But I don't think... Whatever one it was that I played, I didn't play it very much, so I can't really even comment on it.
How is he still playing?
Aspercream arthritis. Full prescription strength. Reduces inflammation. Don't touch my piano.
Well, let me watch the gameplay here. I remember doing one-on-one in an NBA Street game, but I can't remember which one it was.
Cookies!
Yeah, this does not look familiar.
The official
Whatever NBA Street game I played, it was on Xbox, and it was the one where it was one-on-one. I think Kobe and Chauncey Billups were playing 21 or something.
Take your lumps!
This does not look familiar at all.
Welcome to the school of hard knocks.
Maybe I played like a demo, but either way, I wouldn't presume. Never, this is going to hurt some feelings. I have never played an NCAA game. I didn't like college football as much as NFL football when I was little, so I didn't play the NCAA games. So all of these are going to be didn't play. We're stacking up the didn't plays when we go through the M's and the N's because of all the sports games. There's just not enough hours in the day to play sports games. There's so many of them. Let's see here. I know I've played one Need for Speed game, but I barely played it. I think it was Hot Pursuit 2, but I don't know. But either way, I did not delve into the Need for Speed games, so these are all going and didn't play, unfortunately. NFL 2K2, I didn't play. Maybe I played it a little bit, but I wouldn't even rate it even if I did. NFL Blitz Pro, I did not play that either. Hold on one second. Let me make sure of something here real quick. Sorry, guys. Just give me 1 second here to check on something. I want to make sure the tweet went out eventually. By the way, the XFL looks like it's coming back. Yeah, I don't know why my automatic tweet out system isn't working. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so NFL head coach. I remember renting this game when it came out. I was pretty excited. My mom and dad were going on a vacation, and we were staying at home with our grandmother. So I said, well, we should get to rent games while you guys are gone so we have something to do because our parents were out of the house. The game didn't work very well. The game was kind of cool when it worked, but it wasn't that cool. It was basically like Madden, except you were watching the computer play it after calling plays and developing players, rather than playing the game. And then the game just glitched out on me and didn't go past like preseason week 2. So I'm going to put it in D, just because it was kind of cool until the game didn't work, but it wasn't like great. It was okay. And then it became literally unplayable. NFL Street, I don't think I played any of these. I've never played a hockey game in my life. I've literally never played a hockey game in my life. I might do something about that now that we have an NHL team, but I don't know if the current NHL games are even good. But yeah, I don't know these. NHL 01, 02, 04, NHL 2K3, which I think was made by Sega instead of EA. But yeah, I don't know. Nicktoons Unite, didn't play this one. Odin's Spear, I've heard good things, but I didn't play that one. Okami. Now here's a cool game. Okami was a game that I played from Play and Trade almost... It must have been... The game was at least 7 or 8 years old by the time I played it. At least. But it was still cool, man. Like, if I had played this game when it came out, I probably would have loved it. As it stands, I still liked it a lot. It had a really cool gameplay mechanic with a paintbrush where you would do damage to things by, like, painting with a brush instead of just, like, hacking and slashing. It was artistic. It was lengthy. It had a lot going on in it. Okami was good. I don't remember a ton of it, but I remember liking it a lot. I remember thinking the combat was really innovative and different because of the paintbrush mechanics. So I'm going to make Okami, even though I played it after it was relevant, I'm going to put that in A tier. It was just a really cool game that I didn't expect I was going to like as much as I did. Well, sorry to hurt your feelings, Austin, but I didn't play them. Okay. Onimusha. I have played one Onimusha game. Let me make sure. Yes, the only Onimusha game I played was Samurai's Destiny, which was the second one. So we didn't play Warlords, we didn't play Demon Siege, but I did play Onimusha 2. I played it a few years ago on the PS2. I bought it off Amazon because it was cheap. And it still played well. I still liked it. It's a ninja game. There are plenty of those out there. I'll put it in B. If I played it when it first came out, maybe it would be A, but honestly, I don't think so. So yeah, I'm going to put that in B. Good game. Not the most memorable game ever, but I enjoyed playing it on a janky controller when the game was like 15 plus years old. Oni. This is a game that has some nostalgia for me. This is a game that I played more than I should have given how the quality of the game. It has some cool aspects. The hand-to-hand combat's kind of cool. The game feels like an anime. In fact, many people have pointed out that Oni is basically a ripoff of Ghost in the Shell, but I didn't know what the hell Ghost in the Shell was when I played Oni. I was just like, oh, this is a cool game, and it's got this Japanese feel to it. For me, when I was a little kid, anime was like the forbidden fruit. I just didn't experience it very much, but when I did, it felt different. It just hit different. So when my dad played this game, like when we got our PS2, each of me, my brother, and my dad each had a starting point game. Mine was ATV Off-Road Fury. My brother's was Jak and Daxter, and my dad's was Oni. My dad liked Oni. And he played through this whole game. He beat it. He had a good time with it. I eventually beat it. I think my brother eventually beat it. It's cool. I'm going to put it in C because it's got huge problems that I just didn't really notice at the time. And I didn't play the game enough to say it's like some huge nostalgia thing for me. It was just kind of a weird game that history has forgotten. Over the Hedge, I didn't even see that movie. Certainly didn't play the game. Did I play Pac-Man World? I played Pac-Man World 1. I did not play Pac-Man World 2. So that's another one I didn't play. Pac-Man World was okay. Decent. But now we're getting into some pretty good stuff. We're getting into Persona. So, I didn't play Persona games on the PS2 when they came out. I didn't. I missed. I didn't know they existed. I didn't know what Persona was until like 2011. But Persona 3 was the initial Persona 3 release on the PS2. And not too long after, they released Persona 3 Festival. Which, what did... I think I know what Festival added. Okay. Let's check something here, okay. The number of personas in the game has increased. Secret videos of the protagonist's doormates. Oh yeah, I remember those. Komaru can be taken on walks. Koromaru. Social links modified slightly. New quests added. New costumes. New event. Hard mode was added. Okay, so I played Persona 3 FES like 4 or 5 years ago, I think. No, wait. Maybe like more like 2 or 3 years ago. And it was really good. I would put it in A tier, with the caveat that if I had played it when it came out, I would probably put it in S because it's really good. And most of the problems I had with it were things that I would not have noticed at the time because I played Persona 3 after I played 4 and 5. So it can't be helped. Looking at what Persona 3 didn't have that Festival had, I'm going to put it in A as well, even though I technically didn't play it. Like, you can't go that wrong. Like, they're both A games. I don't think anything Festival added makes it a whole tier better based on what I'm reading. Persona 4. Now, back in 2011 or 2012, I got a PlayStation Vita because I wanted to have something to do when I was on the road, when I was out, when I was not at home. And the Vita seemed like a good idea. I wanted to play the spin-off games to the PlayStation games. Like, Uncharted had a Vita game. Assassin's Creed had a Vita game. There were, I think, what was it? A Little Big Planet had a Vita game. And there were other interesting Vita games, too. I did not know what Persona 4 Golden was when I bought my Vita, but when I got it and asked, everyone was like, you have to play Persona 4 Golden. And I didn't know what Persona was. I'd never heard of it before. The launches of Persona games before 5 were all a disaster. Atlas literally made some of the greatest games of all time and then botched the launch so bad nobody played them. It was just a disaster. Like, these would be some of the greatest, best-selling, most beloved games of all time if they could just pull off a launch. Like, Atlas did not know what the hell they were doing. But anyway, Golden is great. I didn't totally get how great it was until I played it through a few times. I've beaten it 3 times now. Twice on Vita, once on Steam, and I actually did the Persona 4 Golden run on stream. I don't think Persona 4 base would be quite as good. I would put Golden in S, but I'm going to put Persona 4 in A because I know what they added in Golden. It's pretty substantial. They made Chie's voice better. They added, like, the gardening. They added, I think, the ability to use the scooter to go to different cities. I think they added cutscenes. I do not think that Persona 4 would have been as good without the additions of Golden. I know they added, like, the final dungeon. I think there was just enough difference between 4 base and Golden for me to say base should be A, even though I technically didn't play it. I know what it would be because I played Golden 3 times. Oh, ranking the Persona games would be really easy. Maybe I'll do that. Phantom Brave, I didn't play, which is embarrassing because I'm a huge Disgaea fan, and this game was made by the Disgaea people and borrows a lot of Disgaea concepts. In fact, I want to see something here. What does this game actually play like? The character design is very much...
Crunchy goodness.
The character design is a lot like Disgaea. I had Chick-fil-A the other day. I need to try their biscuit one day. Wait a minute. This literally is Disgaea. This like... Okay, I knew this game was inspired by Disgaea, but this looks like... This is a dead ringer for Disgaea. It's actually kind of bad that I didn't... Jeez, it's actually kind of bad that I didn't play this then. How did I miss this one? I would have loved this game. Yeah, didn't play it. Pinball, I mean... I didn't play it. I played pinball, but why the hell would you play pinball on the PS2? Play pinball on a pinball machine. Okay, Pirates, The Legend of the Black Cat is a game that most people don't remember because nobody played it. I played it some. I think my dad's friend gave it to us for a while, and I just couldn't get into it. It's not good. I don't think it's terrible. It has some things that are somewhat memorable to me, but... The Legend of Black Cat, yeah, okay. Okay, here we go. I remember it had some parts where you would control the ship, kind of like in Assassin's Creed, but not nearly as good. It had some of these parts where you're controlling the main character, running around, attacking things and getting attacked. A couple things from the game stuck with me a little bit, but I didn't like it. I didn't get that far in it. It was interesting for a little while. There were some things in the game that I think I just didn't understand. Like, if I went back and played this game, I might like it a little bit more. I can, Austin, but it would be janky. The really old Persona games are good, but they're not great. Okay, so yeah, there's like, God, this looks like Dark Souls. This is like old OG Dark Souls or something. Yeah, I remember just not liking it, but if I played it again, maybe I would feel differently. But I gotta go. I gotta give it the D. I gotta give it a D. I just, at the time, didn't really see it. Pirates of the Caribbean, The Legend of Jack Sparrow. Didn't play the Pirates of the Caribbean game, but like, this is like another one of those sucker games where it's like you trick kids into getting their parents to buy it for them because it has Jack Sparrow in it. And then the game's terrible, but whatever, you still made your money. Yeah. That is going in, did not play. Primal. Yeah. I was not a Power Rangers kid, by the way. I just want to throw that. Yeah, Austin, they're great. Shoot. They are re-releasing 3, but I don't know if I'm going to play 3 again. It is a long game. Persona 3, assuming Well, no, you know what? I am going to play Persona 3 on stream because they're re-releasing Portable, which I have never played, even though it's very similar, I'm sure. Okay, Primal, didn't play. Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time was really good. I remember this game. Let me... Um, yeah, let me pull this one up. But yeah, I rented this game. I beat it before I took it back, so I never bought it. But Prince of Persia... no, Austin. Atlas is re-releasing their old Persona games on consoles, and they're also re-releasing Persona 3 Portable, which is only on the PSP until now. So I've never played it, but now I can play it. All right. So this game, it had action elements, a little like a God of War, but it also had heavy puzzle elements. It had the time looping mechanic. It was a cool game. It had a pretty cool story as well, to my recollection. The art style was pretty nice. Yeah, this was a really good game. I only beat it once. I'm going to give it an A, though. It was very impressive. One of the best games that I rented from Blockbuster back in the day. Remember Blockbuster, people? I don't know how many of you guys do. I do. Yeah. I'm probably going to go through Royal again at some point because it's a good enough game to play multiple times. Yeah. Yeah, David. I don't know what to make of all that, man. We know he hurt it against Texas. We saw it, but like, it's weird. I mean, he made a ton of money in the home run derby. So I can't really blame him that much, but at the same time, it's like, well, these were a couple games we maybe could have won if we had Julio. I didn't play the Two Thrones, Prince of Persia. I didn't play Warrior Within, Prince of Persia. A lot of PES soccer games. So Pro Evolution Soccer is a very popular soccer franchise. I've never played any of them. Not a soccer fan, so I didn't see why we should play soccer video games. The only soccer game I played really is Backyard Soccer, which, let me... Who remember, did anyone ever play this game? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's literally point and click controls, but it's soccer. You just control whoever is closest to the ball. You go to the ball. There are penalties in the game, which I never really figured out. I just kept getting penalties and was like, whatever. Like I didn't know what offsides was supposed to be. This game was pretty okay. I mean, well, it's not a good game, but its heart is in the right place, and as a kid, it probably means something to you. Vicky Kawaguchi was the best player in the game, I think. Even better than Pablo. Base low, no, I like basketball, and I guess that's about it. I like poker, but that doesn't count. That's not a sport. Well, it is a sport, but most of you people wouldn't consider it a sport. Dante was really good in this game. Okay. Anyway, we are getting sidetracked right now, people. Didn't play Project Eden. PsyOps the Mindgate Conspiracy. I think I played on Xbox, but it's the same idea. It was okay. I liked it. It had some cool powers, some cool mechanics. Kind of frustrating, kind of aggravating in some parts. I'm going to go ahead and give PsyOps a C. It's like a really strong C, though. It's like, it would either be high C or low B. I'm going to put it in C because I don't want to just give every game the benefit of the doubt. But I'm going to put that in C. Good game. Happy I played through it once. I don't think I would play it again. Yeah, David, but it sounds like both Julio and Winker will be back pretty soon. 1 second. The thing that's unfortunate is we're going to have to bring up a lot of wins on Texas because then we have to play Houston and New York again, so we have to win these next few games. So not having Winker and Julio actually really kind of matters for even these few games. Okay. So anyway, yeah, PsyOps is like a C, but it's a strong C. It's not a weak C. You know? Psychonauts. I have not played this one, and that sounds like I made a mistake. I'll probably play it on PC at some point. In fact, I want to check something here. Do I have this game on Steam? Psychonauts. Yes, I do, so I'm going to stream this game someday. Okay, so just haven't played. The only Quake game I've played, I think, is the first one. Let me make sure. Yes, I played Quake 1. Did not play Quake 3 Revolution. Didn't play Rainbow Six. Didn't play Ratatouille. The movie's good, though. I like the movie. Ratchet and Clank. Okay. These games were pretty cool. I'm going to put the first 3 in B. They were good, but I didn't love them. They were good, though. So Ratchet and Clank 1 is B. I remember playing the demo before it came out, and then I remember playing it when it came out. My brother liked Ratchet and Clank more than me, but I liked it. Going Commando is B. And then the third one was called Up Your Arsenal, which I'm also going to go ahead and put in B in just 1 second here. Takes forever to put a game in a tier now. And Deadlocked, I'm actually going to put in A, even though its reputation is being not as good as the first 3. So I actually have kind of a cool story about Deadlocked. Back around the time this game came out, I was part of an internet community called GameRevolution.com. And, Clank, so I was one of the most prolific posters on this website called GameRevolution.com. And in about 2005, maybe 06, they redid their website, and they completely they basically tossed their old website in the garbage and made a new one, but brought over a lot of the old content. They made a better looking website. And what they did was, one of the things they added was user-generated content, like users could write their own reviews for games. And early on, they were like, we're going to have a contest, write reviews for games, and submit them to our website. And the people who submit the most reviews are going to be involved in a contest. So I wrote a bunch of reviews for games and submitted them to the site. They were all taken. Just all kinds of different games, whatever I could. And the contest was, everyone who submitted a bunch of reviews to the site got a free copy of Ratchet Deadlocked. So this game right here. So I got a free copy of this game in the mail, and everybody who got a free copy was going to write a review for it and put it on the Game Revolution website. Whoever wrote the best review, and I can't remember how they determined what the best review was, but whoever wrote the best review would win 6 free games. So I played the game, I wrote the review, I submitted it. I did not win the contest, but people liked my review. I felt good about it. And the most important thing is, I got this game for free. So I kind of have a cool story about it. And it's also a game that I really liked. I liked it more than the other Ratchet games. I know that's unpopular to say, but I'm going to put Deadlocked in A. I partially for the cool story, but also because I think it's a little better than the other games, as controversial as that may be. Okay. Now what? We have Rayman and Revolution. Didn't play the PS2 Raymans. The only Rayman game I played is on the Vita. I think it's called Origins. Rayman Hoodlum Havoc didn't play. Rayman Arena didn't play. RC Revenge didn't play. Okay, Red Dead Revolver. So, you guys might know this game as a flop that almost killed the franchise and made it so they waited a long time before they did Red Dead Redemption, which ended up being a big hit. So this is the first game in the Red Dead series, but it's basically orphaned. In fact, Red Dead Redemption was partially called Red Dead Redemption because they were trying to redeem themselves after making a not very good game. I bought this game for $8 at Play and Trade, and I played it when it was already quite old. So I didn't even play it when it was new. I thought it was okay. It was interesting. The only thing about the game that's really, like, memorable is the quick draw mechanic, where occasionally you would get into a duel against other enemies, and you would have to, like, do a certain combo with your joystick and buttons to pull out your gun and fire before they did, and later in the game it would get really hard. I thought that was cool. The targeting mechanic is cool, where the game goes into slow-mo and you can shoot somebody multiple times, and then you would be guaranteed to get your targets hit when you came out of it. But the game overall was short. It wasn't that good. It was okay. I'm going to give it a C. It had some cool concepts, but the game itself was not good. So that goes in C. Oh, hey, Santi. What's up, man? Yeah, it was cool, Austin, but they didn't bring it all the way together to make it actually, like, good. Like, they took the concepts from this game in Red Dead Redemption and made it way better. One second. So this game was like the grandfather of Red Dead Redemption. And Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2 have been some of the most important games of the last 15 years, for sure. Especially 2. But this game is okay. This game's okay. Welcome back, Santi. I was wondering when you'd rejoin us. Good to see you. Okay, so yeah, Red Dead Revolver is a C. It's interesting, but I wouldn't call it good. Red Faction, I did play, but I played it on PC. The main thing about this game is that the environments are destructible. So let's see here. But again, this is another game I played on PC. Shooters on PC tend to be a lot better. So playing this on a PS2, the graphics are probably at least a little bit worse. The gameplay's probably a little worse. Like, I already saw like a frame rate drop and there was one enemy on the screen. The main thing I remember about this game is that you could, like, destroy the walls. You could destroy stuff in the environment, which was rare at the time. And it was cool. But that was really the main draw about it. Other than that, it was just like a half-decent game. I would give both Red Faction 1 and 2 on PC a B. So I'm tempted to put this in C just because, like, it would probably drop off a little bit just because it's on console. Like, you have the auto-aim stuff, which is never going to be as satisfying as just mouse and keyboard. Like, you can see the way he's aiming. Like, there's some auto-aim stuff going on. And that's the way, you know, console shooters make up for it. But it's just much more satisfying to play a game like Red Faction on the PC. So I'm going to put both in C, although I would give both PC versions a B, just because on a console it would hit differently. So yeah. Red Faction 2 more the same. I didn't like it as much as the first one, but it was still good. But I'm going to put that in C as well, just assuming it loses a little something on console. Okay, here is a certified hood classic, Resident Evil 4. One of the best games ever. I don't like it as much as I think I would have if I had, if Resident Evil games just resonated with me a little bit more. But this is the best Resident Evil game. It's one of the best action games on the PS2. It might be better than God of War and Devil May Cry 3. I don't know. It probably is. But I'm putting Resident Evil 4. I'm just going to get it over with right now. I'm putting Resident Evil 4 on the PS2 in S tier. It is S tier all day, baby. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. Resident Evil 4. The graphics were a little bit worse than the GameCube. And they added a few gameplay modes. But whatever version of Resident Evil 4 you play, it's an absolute classic. The story is good for what the kind of game that it is. The combat is phenomenal. The shooting feels great. The way in which you get weapons and ammo is great. The AI of the they're not zombies, but you guys know what I'm talking about, is really good for its time. The RPG elements are great. The inventory system's great. Resident Evil 4 is like an Oreo. You can't have just one. Every time I play Resident Evil 4, I can't just beat it once. I have to beat it like 3 times. Like, I get to the end and I'm like, this is not enough. I need to keep playing Resident Evil 4. So I play it again, and then it's like, it's still not enough. I need to play it again. That is a pretty high compliment, because I usually don't do that with games, even games that I liked more than Resident Evil 4. But this is one of the best action games ever. The reason why it's not in GOAT for me is just, I don't know. I think there's something about the Resident Evil games that don't resonate with me quite as much as other types of games. But it is incredible what they pulled off with this game. The only thing I didn't like about it was like the Jack Krauser fight. No, wait, was it Krauser? What's the name of the dude you fight in this game who has like, goes into like his one-winged angel form, where like his arm turns into this gigantic club? Is it Jack Krauser? I think it's Jack Krauser. That boss fight's weird. That boss fight shouldn't have been in the game. But yeah, this is an S tier game. Drop top. Yes, I put Bully in B because I played it like 6 years after it came out, maybe 7. I didn't play it until it was already an old game, and I liked it. It was good, but I didn't love it the way some people who played it when it first came out did. I want them to make another Bully game with the concepts they used. Okay, Resident Evil Code Veronica X. I like this game more than most people. There are some parts of it that are a little corny and weird. No doubt. Like there's no doubting that. Like, the game's presentation isn't as good as other Resident Evil games. The level design is wacky. Yeah, Santi, you have to remember, though, I didn't play Onimusha 2 until it was like 15 years old. By the time I played Onimusha 2, it was already an old game. It was still good, but if I played it when it first came out, maybe I would have liked it a little bit more. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, so Resident Evil Code Veronica, I liked it a lot. I thought the gameplay was a nice evolution from like Resident Evil 2 and the first Resident Evil. I'm going to put this one in A, which is higher than most people would have it, I think. But I liked Code Veronica X. I've beaten it twice. I liked it more than 2. I didn't like it more than 3, though. 3 is the second best Resident Evil game after 4. 4 is the best, and then 3, then Code Veronica, and then I need to play the newer Resident Evil games. Okay, what else do we got here? Resident Evil Outbreak I did not play. I think this was like, was this like a multiplayer game? I think this was like an online game. You could only play it online or else you would not really play it. I didn't play it. Rez, I had a couple friends who were bonkers about Rez. I know it's like a weird rail shooter where it's like very artistic, but you beat it in like 1 hour, but I never played it. Did you rate Crash Bandicoot and Spyro yet? I did not play the Crash Bandicoot games on PS2. I played them on PS1. I played the first 3 Crash games on PlayStation 1, and I played the first 3 Spyro games on PS1 when they re-released them, but I didn't play any of the PS2 Crashes or Spyros. I played Ratchet and Clank, Sly Cooper, and Jak and Daxter. Those were my platformers. Ridge Racer 5, didn't play this. Robots. I saw the movie in theaters. I saw Robots in theaters. I don't remember it. The only thing I remember about Robots was that Ewan McGregor voiced the main character, and I'm not even sure if that's true. I'm pretty sure Ewan McGregor voiced the main character in Robots, but I don't remember anything else about the movie, and I definitely didn't play the game. Okay, Rock Band. I told this story earlier. My brother, at his peak, was one of the greatest Rock Band players in the history of the world. That's not me memeing. He was literally considered to be one of the best Rock Band players ever when he was really going at Rock Band. And he played it on the 360. It's not my kind of game. I'm not going to rate it because I didn't actually play it. I always just watched my brother play it. But my brother was legitimately one of the best Rock Band players in the history of the game. He won Rock Band stuff for free because he would win all these contests. Like I said, every year they'd have a contest at PAX, and every year he and his band would win it by, like, it wasn't even close. Sakura-con, same thing. He would win it every year. He posted his scores on the leaderboard online, and he had like top 10 scores on all the instruments, which no one else had. Like, my brother was incredible at Rock Band, and I sucked at these games, and I didn't think they were that fun. So that's really all I can say about that. I have good associations with the game, but I didn't like playing it, and I played a little bit of Guitar Hero 3 and determined this is not for me. So, Rogue Galaxy. Didn't play this one. Heard good things. Rogue Ops. This was a game that I played on, I think, Xbox. It's the same thing, basically. I forgot I had played it until years later, because there's one scene in the game that I remembered. And I was like, I know I played a game with this in it, but I can't remember what the game was and what it did. I think it is drop top. It's actually closer than some people might think, but I think it is. Okay, well, okay, let's take a look at this here. So this is Rogue Ops. It's like a stealth game. I know I beat it. It was okay. It was decent. I don't have a lot to say about it. I played through it once. I beat it. It was okay. It's like the definition of a C-tier game for me. It didn't resonate with me. I never wanted to play it again, but it was fine to play once. This one is thick, though. This character you're playing as, I don't remember her being this thick. Maybe they added this in emulation. Maybe they, like, just beefed up the booty of, like, the character model in the emulation. I don't know. Alright. Well, yeah, it's a stealth game. But it's a little more cartoony than Splinter Cell, and maybe even a little more cartoony than Metal Gear Solid. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to put that in C. Decent. Okay, Rumble Racing I didn't play. I've never played a Samurai Warriors game. I think they're Dynasty Warriors spin-offs, but I don't know. This is not a franchise that I really know anything about, so whatever. They're okay. They're did not play. Scarface The World Is Yours, did not play that. I think it's a GTA ripoff that wasn't very good. Scooby-Doo Night of 1,000 Frights or 100 Frights, didn't play. Second Sight, however, I did play. Let me check on something here. This one, I remember there being some frustrating game mechanics in it that I wasn't crazy about, but it's okay. I think the game is about some guy who wakes up and he has these weird psychic powers that he doesn't understand why he has them, and he has to try to figure out what's wrong with him. I don't remember it that well. It had some cool parts to it. Like, yeah, he's got psychic powers. He looks like the biggest nerd ever. You can switch back and forth between his powers. He's like a Jedi or something, I guess. But it was okay. Rogue Ops was a little bit better. PsyOps The Conspiracy was a somewhat similar game that was a little better. But it was not without its charm. It had its moments. Not a bad game, but I wouldn't call it a good game. Just a game you play. That's a C tier all day. Let's see here. Secret Weapons Over Normandy was like one of those flying games. I think it was like World War II. Secret. Let me check this out. Okay. Yeah, I thought this one was just kind of whatever, if I recall correctly. Secret Weapons. Okay. I'd forgotten I played this game. I think I might have... Yeah, I played it on Xbox. I didn't play it on PS2, but it's the same difference for a game like this. Yeah, it's like World War II era dogfighting. I thought it was okay. Not a lot to say about this one. It felt a little rigid with the control scheme, I think, if I recall correctly. I remember one of the missions was really hard. I probably wouldn't be able to remember which one, even if I replayed the whole game now. But, game was okay. Don't remember a whole lot about it, and this is not ringing a ton of bells, but I know I played it, and I know it was okay. I think I still have it. I don't have a working Xbox, though, so I have no way of actually playing it, even if I wanted to, which I don't. Yeah, look at the way the plane moves. It looks very unnatural. And, you know, these are things that would never happen in a modern game, and it's a product of its time, but still. Alright. So, yeah, Secret Weapons over Normandy, that's like C tier. Hitting a little run of C tier. Shadow Hearts Covenant did not play, but I heard a lot of good things. I would probably like it. I just never got around to it. Shadow of Rome did not play. Okay, now it's time to really hurt some people's feelings. People are not going to like this, but I got to do it. Shadow of the Colossus, I'm going to put in C. I didn't like it very much. I rented this game from Blockbuster, and I beat it over the rental because it's a pretty short game. I just don't really get it. I don't get Shadow of the Colossus. So when the game starts and you get to the first boss, it's really cool because you're like this tiny little guy, and you're fighting a boss that's like 100 times bigger than you. And that's really cool. It looks cool. It looks epic. But then you start fighting the boss and you realize all you do is hold down L1 to keep your grip on him and crawl towards his weak spot. That's all you do. And I'm pretty sure it's the same way for every boss in this game. It's just hold down L1, hold down L1, hold down L1. Okay, I can move now. Oh, I hold down L1, and just find his weak spot and stab it. And that part of the game was decent-ish, even though it was very limited. Like, okay, I respect that. But then when you're not fighting a boss in this game, it's terrible. You're in a big open world and you need to find the next boss. So you're just walking around in this open world and there's nothing. There's like some trees and rocks. There's nothing. There's no enemies you can run into. There are no weapons you can pick up. There's no even like Easter egg stuff to find. It's just nothing. It's just a deserted world. And you have to play those parts until you find the next boss. It's almost like... it's like a loading screen that you have to play. It's like in between boss fights, the game takes 30 minutes to load, and you have to actually beat the loading screen. That's basically what it is. So I hated it. I hated that part of it. The boss fights were at least intriguing enough for me to give the game C. And the idea of the game, I give it some credit, but I just didn't like Shadow of the Colossus very much. It seemed cool when you started, right? But after that, it just wears off. I don't know. It wasn't for me, I guess. Okay, Shadow the Hedgehog. I haven't played a lot of Sonic games in my life, and Shadow the Hedgehog I definitely didn't play. Shark Tale, didn't play. I think I saw the movie, but I don't remember it. Okay, now we're getting into some juicy stuff. We got Shin Megami Tensei. We got 3 SMT games on the PS2 that I played. Digital Devil Saga, Digital Devil Saga 2, and Nocturne. So, I played these games when they were already like 15, 16, 17 years old. Like, these games were long expired by the time I got to them. Because even as recently as like 2 years ago, you could get these games for cheap on Amazon. Like, still in the plastic wrap. So, I don't know if Atlas made way too many copies of these games and just kept them in the box for like almost 2 decades. But even as recently as like 2 years ago, you could get these games brand new off Amazon for like $12 each. It was great. I don't know if you can now. Okay, so Digital Devil Saga 1 and 2. I'll admit this. I think there was supposed to be one Digital Devil Saga game, just called Digital Devil Saga, but there were too many voice files and FMVs for them to fit it all into one disc. So instead of doing one game with 2 discs, they decided, you know what, let's just split the game in half and do 1 and 2. That way we make twice as much money. Now, they didn't make a lot of money because the games didn't sell well, but I think that's what happened because both these games are shorter than other SMT games. But they're really good. Let's see here. So, is this the full game? I mean, it's shorter than the average RPG, but this video, how long is this video? Okay, I'll let the ad play. But Shin Megami Tensei, it's got a pretty cool environment, although it's never going to be as good as what like Persona did. Persona did this stuff so much better than any other game. In this game, it's like the battle system is a little more simple than other SMT games, but it's still good. The presentation of the game is on point. The characters are pretty good. The FMVs and voice acting is something that if you play Nocturne, you will notice. Like, this game is presented better than Nocturne, even though Nocturne's a better game. The press turn system is awesome. The turning into monsters and uncontrollably mechanic was interesting, I thought, even though you end up not using it that often. So I think both games are going to be high B tier. Like they're B tier. I don't think they're great. I don't think they're super close to great, but they're good. And they're bordering on very good. I just don't think they're quite good enough to put into A tier, but it's very close. And the fact that they're a little bit shorter than the average game makes that a little more acceptable. So I played these games a couple years ago, by the way. They still hold up pretty well. They're somewhat linear, especially compared to the next game we're going to talk about. But I thought Digital Devil Saga was, they were really good. But they were not as good as Nocturne. And this game has now been re-released on the PS4 and I think the Switch. So if you want to play Nocturne, you can play it there, and they've added like voice acting. But I played it on the PS2 a few years ago. And even after all this time, it holds up. It's an A. It's a really good game. I don't know if I would call it great, especially by today's standards, but it still held up. The demon system was great. The stuff you could do in terms of customizing your party was awesome. It uses the press turn system, which is always going to be a W. It is one of the better RPGs on the system. It is one of those games where it expects you to wander around for 3 years figuring out where you're supposed to go. It expects you to just like be okay not being told what you're supposed to do. You just figure it out. That's okay when you're a little kid and you don't have anything else to play, but nowadays it doesn't really cut it. You don't want to spend 6 hours running in circles in a game these days. So I did use a guide when I played through it, which affected the game somewhat, but it's still really good. And I think it would have been good when I was a kid. If I had played this game when I was a kid, it might be 8. It might be like in S tier for me, honestly. But as it is, I put it in A tier. Very good game. I'm going to say it falls a little short of greatness, but it's very close. So that is A tier, all diddly day. Shinobi. I played this game back in 2011 to 2012. I think it was another game I picked up cheap, either at Play and Trade or off Amazon. One of the more notorious hard PS2 games. I had a very hard time beating this game. I remember it took me like 4 hours to beat the final boss. The camera is some of the mechanics, the way in which you're actually supposed to do fights in this game was cool, but it could be very frustrating. In order to do significant damage to stronger enemies, you had to build up a combo. Like, the final boss in this game, I will always remember, because it took me so long to beat him. The only way to do damage to him was to do a full 8-attack combo and then attack him with the 9th attack, I think. So he would be surrounded by a bunch of really weak one-hit enemies. You would have to build an 8-hit combo on those enemies one at a time. Like, go here, okay, you attack, you flip over here, attack, flip over here, attack. And you had to keep the combo going very quickly. And then with the 9th attack, you hit the boss. And if you do it that way, you will one-hit KO him. But if you do it any other way, it either doesn't work or it takes forever. Yeah, this is the boss. I remember this stage very well. Those little paper things, you build your combo hitting them, then you hit the boss. It's the only way. You have to build up like at least a 7 combo or you won't do damage. But if you build up the 8 combo, it's one-hit KO for all his HP. So you just had to get really good at building combos on the weak enemies, and then you can't get hit when you're building your combo. Like, look at this right now. He's going from paper enemy to build his combo. And once he gets his combo all the way up, if he hits the boss, I think it's a one-hit KO. But, oh yeah, I think he did it. Yeah, he just did it. He built his full combo, and then he hit him with the last hit of the combo, and it takes his health all the way down. So, one thing I also remember about this game was that it had a very obnoxious save system. Like, super, super annoying. Because the final boss of each level was really hard. It was really frustrating that you would, if you turned the PS2 off, start the whole level over. So that was annoying. Mostly because of that, I think that was a flaw in the game mechanics. I'm going to give it a C, but it's a very strong C. If I played it when it first came out, it might have been a B, but I'm going to give it a C. I like it better than most games here, but I think it belongs in that category better than anything else. So I'm going to give that a C. Intriguing game. I'm happy I played it, but I don't know if I'd play it again. The Shrek games I did not play. Not a Shrek fan. I don't even like the movies that much. I think they're kind of like, it's like Family Guy humor. I just don't really understand why it's so damn popular. Okay, Silent Hill. When I played the Silent Hill games, because I played the first 3, and those are to date the only Silent Hill games I played, I knew several people, several of my friends and acquaintances thought Silent Hill games were incredible. So I went into them with a ton of hype. I got completely swept up in the Silent Hill hype. I liked them a lot. If I played Silent Hill again, especially the first one, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't like them as much because I wouldn't be surrounded by everybody in my ear telling me these games are great. You have to play it. You have to play it. It's so cool. Because when you boil Silent Hill games down, they're cool, they're stylish, they're interesting, but they're not really fun to play. It's not about the gameplay. It's about the atmosphere and the experience. I don't think I would like that as much now. However, when I played Silent Hill 2, I was very impressed by it. I'm going to give it an A, with the caveat that if I replayed it, I think I would maybe take it down a little bit. But I'll give Silent Hill 2 an A. I remember playing this with my friend at the time, and I was playing through it for the first time. I had just started it, and I was showing it to him, and he was not impressed at all. He was like, you just get this dinky little pistol that's basically like a potato gun. Like, it was just like, pop. You know, this dinky little gun, it was like, pop. And he was like, what is this game? And then we went outside, and then the radio that your character has with you started freaking out. And then one of the mannequin things was on the ground in front of the character, and it just like lunges out at him, and he jumps, and he like basically darts out of the room. He's like, that scared the shit out of me, dude. Like holy shit, that like he freaked out. And then he was like, okay, let's see what else this game has, and we had a decent time with it. But it was a really good game. I just don't know if I'd feel that way playing it again. Silent Hill 3, the gameplay was a little bit better, but still not great. And the scares were not nearly as psychological. The story it was telling, the characters were not nearly as interesting. I'm going to put that in B. It's a good game. It's close to an A, honestly, but I don't like it as much as 2, and I think it's a B tier game. Okay. What else do we got here? What's up? S is going to be huge. There's so many games in S. I still have, like, this whole collection all the way down here. Holy moly. Okay, Simpsons Hit and Run. This game, I don't know if you guys remember this. Like, Simpsons Hit and Run was like, if you wanted to play GTA and your parents didn't let you play GTA, and they would be like, we've got GTA at home, then Hit and Run would be GTA at home. It was like GTA for kids. No violence, no guns, no shooting, no fighting. There was like a little bit of kicking, like platformery stuff. But it was GTA in the Simpsons universe. You would drive around Springfield. You would do driving missions, and you would do platforming missions. The game was hard, by the way. This game was hard. Mostly, unfortunately, I have to say, I think it was hard because it wasn't designed very well. Some of the platforming parts were absolutely brutal. This game was demanding. I had to work hard to beat this. Sorry. So I'm going to put Hit and Run. It's pretty decent. I don't think I can give it a B, though. I beat it mostly just because I wanted to say that I'd beaten it. I didn't play it because I was having a ton of fun. But it's charming. It's not bad. It's just, I wouldn't call it good. I'm putting that in C. Road Rage, I did not play. And The Simpsons game, I think my brother and my dad played, but I didn't play it. In fact, let me check. I want to see if I have this. I think I have it. Yes. Yes, I have it on Xbox 360, but I never played it. And now my Xbox 360, I don't even think I have it anymore. So yeah, never going to play it maybe. The Simpsons game seemed like it was a little better than Hit and Run, but I may never know now. I may never know. Voice crack, my bad. Okay, the Sims games. I played the Sims on PC. It was okay. I wasn't super into the first Sims. I didn't like the first Sims that much. And it sounds like a bad time on console, so I'm going to put that in D. Just extrapolating. I would put it in C for the PC version, but for the PS2 version, since you're playing it on a controller, it's got to be worse, so I'm putting that in D. The Sims 2... I played this one on Xbox, and I had a decent time with it, but I wouldn't quite put it in B. I'm going to put this one in C. It's like a high-end C game on Xbox, so I'm going to assume the same on PS2. Yeah, I like the newer Sims games a lot more. The old ones, there's just not enough you can do. I didn't play Sims 2 Pets. I guess that's the Sims 2 with an expansion. Bustin' Out. Did I play Bustin' Out? Let me check. No, I did not. Okay, I didn't play The Sims Busting Out. Yeah, I mean, The Sims is kind of cool, but Sims 3 I liked quite a bit. I would put Sims 3 in B tier, but it's the only Sims game I would put above C tier, I think. Okay, Sly Cooper. Another platformer series on PlayStation that kind of like got off the landing pad, but pretty quickly just came back down. I don't know what it was. Like, Jak and Daxter got a trilogy and a spin-off, and then it was done. Sly Cooper, same thing. Ratchet and Clank is going to make games forever. I don't understand it. I think the Ratchet series is probably a little better, but still, it's like, they all have their own thing to offer. So Sly Cooper used cel-shaded graphics, so the game looks cool. The game is fine. I'll put it in B. I think all the Sly Cooper games are just B tier. Yeah. Oh yeah. Sly 3 is close to A tier, but I don't think it is. And then they did a Sly Cooper game on the PS3 that I would also personally put in B, but we're obviously not doing that here. Yeah, Sly 2 Band of Thieves. That was good. I would put it on the border of A tier, honestly. I liked it a lot. I think... Which one introduced, like, the open world? I don't remember. I remember the demo. I remember I had the demo disc for the first Sly Cooper, and then I borrowed it from my brother's friend and beat it a little bit after it came out. I actually have the whole trilogy on PS2. I just bought it to have it, though. I wasn't planning on replaying them. So yeah, the Sly Cooper trilogy, really good. I don't think they're amazing, but they're good. The thing is, I think platformers have a really hard time being, like, goated unless you play them when you're little. And you play platformer games when you're older, at least for me, like, you start to, like, get a little bored of them a little quicker, I think. Like, if I was, like, 5 years old and I was playing Super Mario World, I would think it's the greatest game of all time. But I didn't. I played it when I was, like, 15 or something, and it was good. Okay, Smuggler's Run I did play. I didn't like it that much. It was okay, though. I didn't beat it. I ended up getting frustrated. I thought the idea for the game was kind of cool, but it didn't really do a whole lot with the idea. It just kind of like, it was just a driving game where you're supposed to go to certain places and evade, I think, were there cops? I think there were like cops in this game. So yeah, you just like go here. Like the idea of being like a smuggler is actually kind of cool. I just wish they did more with the concept than just making a bare bones driving game. Man, these textures look like ass. I think this game was on all 3 consoles too. It was the only Rockstar game on the GameCube, I think, for a long time. I don't know if that was still the case by the end of the GameCube's life cycle, but I think the GameCube only had one Rockstar game, and it was this one. This is a game I might play on stream someday because it's probably pretty short and pretty easy. I just was a kid with no dexterity back when I tried to play it. Maybe I'll try to play it again. I don't know. I don't like playing games and not beating them. It bugs me. You know? I don't like that. And it's happened a few times. It is what it is. But, yeah. Not as good as other Rockstar games. But I'll put that in C. It's fine. It's decent. Okay. SOCOM. Now, here's the thing. I didn't play SOCOM when it came out, and I never played it online outside of maybe like 2 minutes. I wasn't interested in it like that. I'm not a big multiplayer game fan. I don't know if you guys have picked up on that or not. I don't really like multiplayer games. So I got this game for $1 at Play and Trade 10 years ago. And by then, the game was completely dead. You would just play it single player. So I played through the single player campaign, and it was okay. So I'm going to put it in C, but it's important to note I did not really get the SOCOM experience. So this C, it's almost like if somebody were to evaluate a game like Grand Theft Auto 5, and the only thing they did in Grand Theft Auto 5 was do the races, do like the street races. It's like, you didn't really play Grand Theft Auto 5 if that's all you did. So, I think you guys get what I'm trying to get the gist of what I'm saying. Okay. SOCOM 2 didn't... Maybe I played it a tiny bit, but I don't think I did. SOCOM 3 didn't play. SOCOM Combined Assault didn't play. So, a bunch of Sonic games here. Your boy has not really played any Sonic games. In fact, I'm pretty sure the only Sonic game I played is Generations, which I thought was okay. But I played it on a crappy PC that could barely handle it, so that was probably part of it. But literally other than that, I have not played Sonic games, which is kind of staggering, but it just never manifested itself. So, didn't play. Didn't play. Didn't play. Soul Calibur 2, this game was good. I like this game. Feels good to play. The fighting feels good. I didn't play it a lot. I wasn't a huge fighting game fan. And I probably put a couple hours into this, a few hours, but not enough to really say that I loved it. But it's B tier. I'm going to put this one in B. I remember when this game came out, there was a big thing about how each console version would have a different bonus character. PS2 had the old dude from Tekken, Heihachi Mishima. Xbox had Spawn, and GameCube had Link. I think that was one of the things. I don't know. If I played Soul Calibur 2 more, I think I would put it higher. I think it would be A. Maybe even S, but I didn't play it enough. It was good, though. Soul Calibur 3 I didn't play. Spider-Man. So, Spider-Man... I remember when the first Spider-Man movie with Tobey Maguire came out, we were really excited. Me, my brother, my mom and dad were excited for it because at that time, superhero movies were kind of like different. Like, they didn't come out 10 times a year. It was rare. And it was cool to see Hollywood starting to make some big budget superhero movies because at the time, you had very few of those. So I remember renting this game from Blockbuster right before the movie came out. And my parents wanted me to play it, me and my brother, so we could like acclimate ourselves to the movie before we saw the movie, because this game was obviously a tie-in to the movie, by and large. So me and my brother played it a lot. We eventually, of course, took it back to Blockbuster, but we liked it enough to buy it. So we bought the game, and even though it's not a great game, the camera's not that good. The combat is cool, but also a little stiff. We played it quite a bit. I think my brother played it more than I did. Okay, yeah. Excuse me. But it's pretty cool. Like, the swinging is decent. It's not as good as, like, modern Spider-Man games, but the swinging was pretty good. Some of the, like, the swing kicks didn't work that great. But we ended up playing this game a lot. We ended up doing some of the bonus mode stuff, too. It had big head mode, like GoldenEye. This one's good. I had forgotten how much I played this game. Like, there are some things that are weird. Like, some of the levels are weird. But there's a decent amount of variety. The boss battles are pretty cool. The combat is cool. Like, some of the finishers you can do, like the wrestling stuff. There was even, like, a mini-game mode where you could just be in the wrestling ring against Bonesaw. That was fun. They also had Tobey Maguire and Willem Dafoe do the voices. It was kind of short, but I played it through several times. So that wasn't really a problem. So yeah, I'm going to give this game a B. It's a little generous. It's probably a C tier game that I'm giving a B because I played it a lot, but so be it. Now, Spider-Man really found its voice with the next game on this list, Spider-Man 2. This was a Grand Theft Auto clone that actually worked. It was basically GTA, but you're playing as Spider-Man. It was also a tie-in to the movie, the Spider-Man 2 movie. I didn't play this one on launch. I think my brother did, and I played it a little bit after. But it's really good. I wouldn't say... If I played this game more, I would probably put it in A tier, but I didn't play it, like, a ton. So I'm probably going to put it in B tier, but it's kind of close to A tier. This was fun. Open world Spider-Man. If I played it more... And, oh, by the way, I actually, now that I think about it, I played this game on Xbox. But it doesn't really make a difference, I don't think. Maybe the graphics are a tiny bit worse, but who cares? But yeah, Spider-Man 2 is great. Let's see if I can find some of the open world segments. Yeah, you could just, like, drop in on random crimes as they're happening and stop them and stuff. I remember, like, there was this kid, or these kids who would constantly, like, lose their balloon, and you could go get it for them if you wanted to. That was kind of funny. There were, like, challenges to, like, jump from the highest building in the game. Pretty good. It was, like, a Grand Theft Auto clone that accomplished what it wanted to accomplish. I am going to put it in B, but if I played it more, I think I would have put it in A. I only played through it the one time. Spider-Man 3 I didn't play, but I heard it was awful. I don't know if it is or not, but I heard it was bad. Spider-Man Friend or Foe didn't play. Splashdown didn't play. Okay, Splinter Cell. I have never played a PS2 Splinter Cell, but I did play all the Splinter Cell games on PC or Xbox. Now, you probably lose a little bit of something when you play Splinter Cell on a PS2. I'm just guessing. Like, there's no way it would be able to... Like, this was one of the most beautiful looking games in the video game world when it came out. On the PS2, yeah. I remember playing this game on PC shortly after it came out. I don't remember it looking like this. So this is a small step down. But these games were good. I mean, you had to put a lot of effort into playing them. Like, they were... Occasionally, they could be a little bit of a chore to play, but I like them a lot. Once you worked past the fact that they could be, like, a little difficult to play, really good. These are the only games my dad loved. My dad played the hell out of Splinter Cell when he was, when they were coming out. In fact, I think the reason why my dad doesn't play video games anymore is they stopped making Splinter Cell. If they made more Splinter Cell games, he would probably play games again. But yeah, game's pretty good. I would give it a B. I'm going to keep it in B, even though I think it'll be a little worse on the PS2, but I don't think it's by enough to drop it to C, so that's B. The other Splinter Cell games, let me check something here real quick. Okay, the other Splinter Cell games I'm also going to give a B, except for Chaos Theory. Chaos Theory, I think, is an A. I remember liking that one the best. Okay, Pandora Tomorrow. Let's take a look at Pandora Tomorrow here real quick. Okay, I don't think this is the PS2 version. It looks a little better. I don't think enough to really, like, radically change the game experience. Oh, yeah, this was a really good-looking game back then. Trust me. I know it doesn't look great now. This game looked amazing back in the day. It's probably the most pure stealth game they've ever made. Outside of maybe like the Arkham Asylum games, the Batman games. It's like a game where if you try to play it like Halo, you're just going to get destroyed over and over and over and over again. And you have no chance. Like, even Metal Gear Solid, you can play it like you're Arnold Schwarzenegger and it's fine. But this game, you can't do that. And I respect it for that. Okay, Pandora Tomorrow is a B. Chaos Theory, I'm going to put in A. This was my favorite Splinter Cell other than, like, the last one they made. I can't even remember what it was called. But I liked Chaos Theory. They added some stuff, little touches to make it a little bit better for me. And Double Agent, I'm going to put in B. I played this one. I didn't play any of these games on the PS2, but I played them elsewhere, and you get the idea. Regardless, they're good. Occasionally very good. Okay, I didn't play any of the SpongeBob SquarePants games because I wasn't a SpongeBob kid. So I'm just going to put all these in didn't play. I know people like Battle for Bikini Bottom. But yeah, I didn't play it. Was not a SpongeBob kid. Spy Hunter, I watched my friend play it on GameCube a little bit, but I never played it. And I don't really remember watching him play it, getting a good feel for the game. Didn't play. I didn't play the new Spyro games. This is what? Spyro A New Beginning and Spyro Enter the Dragon. I didn't play those. I played the 3 on PS1, I think. And I did it on the PS4 re-release, which changed the games a little bit. Okay, SSX. People love this trilogy. I played a little bit of SSX Tricky, and that's it. So I'm not going to rank them. I'm going to put them in didn't play. SSX, SSX3, SSX Tricky. I remember liking Tricky, but I didn't play it very much. And I didn't play the other two. You know, that's interesting. These games sold pretty well and they were really popular. Why'd the franchise die? Like, if they made another SSX game on PS5, I feel like that would actually go over really well. Because I think SSX1 was a launch title, and it was like initially anyway, it was the main game that moved PS2s. Like, if you were going to get a PS2 at launch and you were trying to figure out a game to play, it would probably be like SSX. All right. Star Ocean, Till the End of Time. Star Ocean. What can I say here? So, I think I'm going to barely put it in B tier, but I'm thinking about putting it in C. So here's the thing with Star Ocean. I played it when it was really old. By the time I got around to playing it, it was over a decade old. It had a lot of things in it that were annoying by modern standards. It had some limitations. I didn't love every moment of the game or anything. It generally worked well, though. The RPG system worked. The exploration stuff worked. It was an effective enough game. The story was somewhat compelling, but this game is best known for having one of the worst, least received, well-received plot twists ever. My best friend hated the plot twist in this game. It's now infamous. A lot of people literally turned the game off and stopped playing it when the plot twist came up because they hated it so much. I can understand why people hate it, but I didn't play the first 2 Star Ocean games, so I had no attachment to this universe, so it wasn't something that bugged me. So I looked at a game like this and I was like, okay, that's plot twist is kind of dumb, but I'm not personally upset by it. So I was able to just play it as like an RPG, and it's fine. I'm going to put it in B tier, but it's like a weak B, I think. I don't remember a lot of it other than the plot twist, which I agree is probably a bad idea, but it didn't personally offend me the way it personally offended some people. So yeah, I'm going to put that in B. FTC Isaac, I have never played a Midnight Club game. Would you believe it? I've never played a Midnight Club game, so I put all of the Midnight Club games and didn't play. Like I said, I'm going to hurt some feelings when I make this list. There were literally 10,000 games for the PS2. You're going to miss some. I mean, I put 500 plus in this list. There were way more. So, speaking of which, speaking of hurt feelings, I did not play Battlefront. I liked Star Wars growing up. I don't know why I missed out on Battlefront. So, I played a little bit of Battlefront 2 at a friend's house, but I don't remember it. So, Battlefront 1 and 2, I'm just going to have to put in didn't play. I played 2 a little bit, but I'm not going to evaluate it based off that. I liked Star Wars during that time, although that was actually a really bad time to be a Star Wars fan because the prequels had just finished. Yeah, FTC, no Burnout. No, I played a little bit of Burnout 3 on a demo disc. That's it. The only racing franchise that I super got into during the PS2 era was Gran Turismo. Burnout 3 seemed kind of cool on the demo disc, but I didn't play it very much. But anyway, yeah. Battlefront didn't play. I did play Bounty Hunter. It had some cool aspects to it. You were playing as Jango Fett. Until Disney got their hands on the franchise, it was adding stuff to canon. But for the most part, it was just kind of really frustrating to play. It was just kind of an aggravating game to play for the most part. So I'm going to put that in D. It's kind of close to C, but I'm going to put it in D. I remember, especially at the end, the game got really hard unnecessarily because the game just wasn't really well designed. All right. Didn't play the Revenge of the Sith adaptation. Heard it was good, though. Starfighter, I liked it until the final mission. The final mission frustrated 12-year-old me tremendously. The last mission in this game... Yes, Austin, that's the plan. The last mission in this game, I gave up on, and then I came back years later and beat it relatively easily, so I don't know what I was doing wrong. But yeah, Star Wars Starfighter, it's alright. I'm going to put that's a C. I think it's like a prequel to The Phantom Menace. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this is, I think you're a Naboo Starfighter in this game. And the last mission is trying to destroy the droid control ship. Yeah, I don't know what I was doing wrong, but the last mission was so hard for me as a little kid, and then I came back and did it a few years later, and it was easy. Yeah, I remember this. Didn't love it, but it was good. I might put it in B, but the last mission really flicked me off. I hated the last mission. It was really long too, so if you died, you had to like replay something that took you an hour to get to. Yes, Austin, I'm planning on uploading them to YouTube. Okay, so that's Starfighter. The Force Unleashed I played, but I played it on PS3. I liked it. It was good. I'll put it in B tier probably, but I'm going to assume it didn't lose a ton on PS2 versus PS3. Probably the graphics are a little worse. But the core of the game is very similar. Man, I don't remember playing as Darth Vader, though. That's pretty hype. FTC, the Madden that I played a ton was '05. '05 was my Madden. I would put that in A. I haven't played this game since not too long after it came out. I have it on the Wii as well, but I have never played the Wii version. I just have it. I think my dad got it. Yeah, I didn't think these games were as good as they could have been, though. I think that Fallen Order did all the stuff that this game should have done. Now, granted, Fallen Order is a recent game. This game came out whenever it did. I can't remember. But that game, I think, was much better than this. Yeah, he was FTC, but I didn't play '07 very much. I only played it one season franchise mode, and then I moved on. All right. Yeah, this is a B. Force Unleashed is a B. God, it's taking forever to scroll up to the Bs. What's going to really suck is when I'm trying to do GOAT, because we do have some GOATed games left, people. Trust me. State of Emergency. Wow. Okay. This was another game that people were excited for. And then it was just kind of dumb. I played this game on an emulator several years ago. And there's not much to it. You just run around beating the crap out of people. Like, it's kind of weird that this game was even allowed to be released in the state that it was in. It feels like an arcade game where you just run around beating the crap out of people in a mall. Like, I can't remember if there was a story. I know that there were missions you did because I remember playing this game not that long ago. Well, it was a while ago now, but I remember playing it. Like, it almost feels like an arcade game. It feels like something you would play and you're just trying to stay alive as long as you can and beat as many people up as possible. Yeah. Man, I gotta tell you, I had a family friend loan me this game when I was 12. And when you're 12 years old playing this game, it seems a lot cooler than it does now. But yeah, there's not much to this game. Yeah, okay. I think we're good there. That's C. It's not quite D, but it's close. I'm gonna put it in C. Is this Rockstar? Yeah, it is. This was a... Rockstar usually doesn't miss, but yeah, they messed up on State of Emergency. Didn't have enough to do in the game. Steambot Chronicles. I've heard good things, but I didn't play. I didn't play Street Hoops. Stuntman I played the demo of, but I'm not going to evaluate it based off that. It seemed okay, but I didn't play it. Not really, anyway. The Suffering I didn't play. I heard good things. Suikoden 3. Here we go. So Suikoden 3, my friend in college let me borrow. No, he gave it to me because he didn't like it. He hated the game, so he just gave it to me. And I gave him my copy of Final Fantasy Tactics, and I just bought Tactics again later. So, whatever. Like, I was like, okay, I'll buy another copy for 20 bucks. Here you go. I want to expose you to this great game, and you give me Suikoden 3. That seems fair. I played Suikoden 3 when I was off of college one summer, when I wasn't in class. Like, I was like, okay, I've got a few months where I don't have to worry about school, so let's go through some games that I didn't have time to play when I was in school, and Suikoden 3 was one of them. I liked it quite a bit, but I wouldn't put it in A. I'm going to put it in B. It's good. I remember it was long. There were 108 characters you could collect. It was cool, but I was never motivated to go back to it. I don't think it was quite good enough to do that. Okay. So, Suikoden 4 I did not play, and Suikoden 5 I did not play. I have Suikoden 2 on PS3, but I haven't started it yet. I will start it at some point, but I've heard that one is the best one. I've heard that is the best Suikoden game. Yeah, Drop Top, I did Max Payne when I started this stream. On PC, Max Payne is GOAT, like one of my favorite games. Max Payne 1 is GOAT. Max Payne 2 is S. But the games lose so much on console. I can't even imagine playing Max Payne on a controller. It just sounds miserable. So I put both in B. But when I play them on PC, I think they're masterpieces. 1 second. BioShock wasn't on PS2, was it? Wasn't BioShock on PS3 only? I think so. Okay. Siphon Filter Dark Mirror. I played this game and I remember nothing about it. And I played it not that long ago. It was a game I bought for like maybe $3 at Play and Trade. Let's see here. So I know I played it. Kind of a generic third-person shooter. Hey, it's Rose. What's up, by the way? I think this game's probably going to be C tier. I just don't remember it that well, and I know I played it probably less than 6, 7 years ago, so it just didn't stick with me. I remember the first Siphon Filter I got for $1 at Play and Trade, and I played it, and I got to the final mission, and the level would only load halfway. You would get through the level, and then at a certain point, you couldn't proceed because you just fall into an abyss. So I had to download the ROM and emulate the game to beat it. I just used cheats to get to the final level, and then I beat the final level without cheats. I remember that, but I don't really remember this other than the fact that I know I played it. So yeah, that's going to go in C. It's fine to my recollection. I don't remember anything specific about it, but it was fine. Siphon Filter the Omega Strain I did not play. Tack and the Power of Juju I did not play. I think that was like a platformer game. Tales of Legendia I did not play. I've heard good things, and I've really heard good things about Tales of the Abyss, but I didn't play it. This is supposed to be the best Tales game on the PS2, but I never got around to it, and now it's too expensive. Maybe I'll emulate it one day. I don't know. Maybe I'll play it on a ROM. I kind of wanted to get it on the PS2, but it just never I just never got around to it. Okay, Tekken 4. This was a game I remember renting, and me and my brother liked it enough we ended up buying it right after it came out. Again, I wasn't a big fighting game guy, but this game was fun. I played a decent amount of multiplayer. My brother got really good with Yoshimitsu. I think I remember that. But at the end of the day, I don't think it's actually a great game. The fighting is okay. It doesn't feel super fluid like some fighters. Oh, Combat. I remember Combat. The stories of the characters were alright. I'm probably going to put this in B tier. This one's okay. I don't have a ton to say about it other than that it was okay. It didn't flow the way some fighters flowed, but it was fun. So yeah, I'm putting that in B. And I never played Tekken 5, which is weird. For some reason, Tekken 5 is one of the best-selling PS2 games ever. It's top 10. I don't know why Tekken 5 resonated so well with the PS2 fan base, but it sold triple what Tekken 4 sold. So does anybody know why Tekken 5 resonated so well? Let me see what kind of reviews it got, actually. Maybe it got incredible reviews or something. Let me see here. It got good reviews. It got better reviews than 4. Yeah, Metacritic gave it 88. That's actually really strong. So maybe that's all it was, but I never got around to playing it. Tekken Tag Tournament. This one had the gimmick where like you would have two fighters and they could tag in and out, but I didn't like it as much. I didn't feel like it looked as good. I didn't feel like it played as good. I'm going to give this one a C. It's okay. I didn't play it that much. Tenchu Wrath of Heaven. This is a game that I bought off Amazon maybe less than 5 years ago, just to check it out because a lot of people like Tenchu games. Unfortunately, by the time I played it, it was already very much an old game. I played it after Sekiro came out, I think. It was still okay. I'll put it in C. It's close to B, but I don't think it is. I'm going to put this one in C and feel pretty okay about that. It was pretty good. I don't know if I'd call it good. I had some issues with the way it worked, but it was pretty respectable. I don't remember it super well. Right, okay, I remember like these stealth elements. If I played it when it came out, I'd probably be B tier at least, but I didn't. Yeah, I kind of remember all this. I didn't play it that long ago, so the fact that I don't remember this that well is kind of damning, honestly. Yeah, I know Drop Top. People tell me that, but I missed on it somehow. I don't know how. I liked Star Wars back then, although the prequels were god-awful, but whatever. Okay, Terminator Dawn of Fate. This is probably the worst PS2 game I played. I rented it, and I did beat it, but it's bad. It's really, really bad. I'm going to put that in F. I mean, look, if that game is an F, then no game here is F. That is the worst PS2 game I played. I don't remember that much about it other than it was bad. And even when I was little playing it, I realized it was bad. And it was another one of those sucker games. It suckers you in. It suckers you in because it has a licensed title. Yeah, I remember these turret parts. You know what's a great way to make Terminators really, really threatening and imposing? Put like 100 of them in a game and have you mow them down with a machine gun. That's so much better than in Terminator movies when there's one Terminator and he's such a threat you spend the whole movie trying to take him out. Like, god damn. How did they mess this up? Yeah, anyway. Hammers all over the place. Okay. Uh, let's see. Test Drive, I didn't play. Roller Coaster. Theme Park Roller Coaster, I did play a little bit, but I'm not going to try to rate it. The Thing. The Thing was a game me and my dad rented. We got close to the end. We never beat it. But my dad was a big fan of the movie The Thing. So we got this game. I got pretty close to the end, but there was one part I got stuck on that I feel really, really stupid for getting stuck on back then. But I didn't play games back then. What do you want from me? So I'm going to say this. At some point, I'm going to emulate this game. I'm going to probably stream it, and I'm going to finally beat it. Because I got really close to the end, and I got stuck. And it wasn't like the game was hard. I just didn't know what to do, and then eventually I figured it out. But this game, I don't remember liking it that much. I can't decide between C and D. I'm going to put it in D. Like, the shooting wasn't really... I remember the shooting just felt kind of like low effort. But I may change my mind when I replay this game. Is SOCOM 3 on this list? Yes, I didn't play it. The only SOCOM I played was the first one. And I didn't even really play that because I played it single player only. Okay, so The Thing, I'm going to just put in D. We don't have enough games in D. I can't be super nice to every game I play. I got to put more stuff in D. Let's see here. Okay, Thrillville, I didn't play. Thunderstrike Operation Phoenix, I played, but I didn't know what to do in the game. I remember very specifically, you would start the game, and I didn't know what to do once the game started. Like, I would go around shooting the stuff that the game told me to shoot, and I would destroy it. I would use my rockets, my machine guns. It was kind of fun. But eventually I would destroy all the enemies, but I remember just still flying around. Like, I was like, okay, did I beat the game? Did I beat the mission? Did I, like, miss something and now I have to reset the game? Like I didn't know what I was supposed to do. So I just I just turned the game off eventually and never really figured out what I was supposed to be doing. I'm guessing there was a time limit to something and I didn't beat the time limit and the game just didn't start over. It just lets you sandbox. But Honestly, when I played this game, I remember playing it like a sandbox game. I would just fly around in a helicopter all day and like not really accomplish anything. So I didn't get very far. The game is not bad though, I don't think. I'm gonna put it in C. I'm gonna put it in C. It was, I mean, it's perfectly fine as like a helicopter game. I just didn't really know what to do. For a while, I thought the game was a sandbox game where you just flew around in a helicopter. Tiger Woods PGA Tour 2001, I did play. I didn't like this one. This is probably the worst sports game that I had on the PS2. It's either this or NASCAR. I couldn't get it to work. Like, I would very carefully bring my joystick back perfectly still. I would push it forward perfectly still. Just, like, keep everything nice and even. And the ball would just go wherever the hell it wanted to go. So I gave up very quickly. I'm going to put that in... I'm going to put that in F. What am I doing? Yeah, this was one of the games I didn't play very much, but it was okay. I guess, if I had ever gotten it to work, but most of the time my ball just went wherever the hell it wanted to go. The other Tiger Woods games I did not play. And then eventually they had to rebrand into PGA Tour, which is hilarious. Okay, so Time Splitters was a game that I picked up for $1 at Play and Trade just because I wanted to try it. I played this game for maybe a couple hours. There's really not much to the game. You just go around shooting stuff, completing missions, and then the game's over. I think the single player is super short. The multiplayer was supposedly okay, but I didn't play the multiplayer. Taking Time Splitters 1 as it is, I'm going to put it in C. Time Splitters 2, I really liked. The single player was fun. The single player had a lot of variety, good missions. I liked Time Splitters 2 a lot, single player. And the multiplayer was a lot of fun too. It was one of the best console multiplayer shooters. I'm torn between B and A. I'm going to go ahead and throw this one in A. Because there weren't that many games that like this on the PS2, and this was one of them. It's probably more of a B, but it's very close. It's like right on that line for me. I'm going to put it in A, but it's like right on that line. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. I'll just leave it at that, I guess. Wish I had more. This game made me wish I had a multi-tap, honestly. Because 4-player multiplayer and Time Splitters 2 would have been fire. I never played Future Perfect. I just never got around to it. I didn't play TMNT. I don't think I played Tomb Raider. Angel of Darkness. I know I played the other ones. Yes. Okay, so... I didn't play Angel of Darkness. I heard it was terrible. But I played Anniversary, Legend, and Underworld. I think I played Underworld. Hold on. Let me make sure. Yes, I did. And I thought they were all fine. They were all good. I didn't love them. I wasn't motivated super hard to play them again. But Tomb Raider Anniversary, all these Tomb Raider games are just going to get a B for me. And by the way, I played them on Steam, but I don't think it makes a difference. So yeah, I'm putting Tomb Raider in B. Tomb Raider Legend is in B. They were good, but once I beat them, I was mostly just ready to move on to the next game. They didn't really do anything wrong, but they didn't do anything to really wow me. Just one of those. Okay. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3, I didn't play. 4, I played the demo of because I had it on a demo disc, but I never played the full game, so I don't think it would be fair for me to try to, like, evaluate it. So I'm going to put that in didn't play. I didn't play American Wasteland, didn't play Project 8, didn't play Proving Ground, but I did play Underground. 1 and 2. Not really my thing, but not bad. My brother and his best friend at the time were super into this game. I thought they were okay, but once I was done with them, I was never motivated to go back. This is like when Tony Hawk games started to become a little more cringy. Like, the old Tony Hawk games people loved, like 1, 2, 3, even 4. Underground was when they started to have, like, I don't know, a storyline, a character. They were trying to do, like, a narrative, and people really didn't seem to like it that much. I don't have anything to compare it to. I'm going to put Underground and Underground 2 both in C. They were fine. I don't have anything against them. They had their moments, but my brother was way better at this stuff than I was. Oh, they couldn't get away with this in a game now. Yeah, it's a Tony Hawk game, but it doesn't hit as hard as the old ones to most people, which I wouldn't know about, but even like people who hate sports games like the old Tony Hawk games. But they don't like these very much. My brother got really good at this game too, actually. Let's see here. All right. I know I beat both Tony Hawk Underground games. I beat them both. God, you know, Tony Hawk must be the luckiest SOB when you think about it. Because, like, most licensed games and most cash grab games are terrible. And somehow Tony Hawk found the right developer who was going to make a game about him and make it incredible. Like, everybody loved those games. Even people who don't like sports games love those games. And they kept making them incredible for a full console generation when it could have easily been like Britney's Dance Beat or something. And then it just completely went to hell because after Underground 2, they did American Wasteland, which people hated, I think, if I recall correctly. I think people hated American Wasteland and Project 8 and Proving Ground. Like, those games, I don't think anybody really liked them very much. How could you go so wrong with it, though? Like, you know what works because you made a bunch of games that were good. So, yeah. Okay, Tony Hawk Underground 2. That's going to be a C as well. Decent. I know I beat it. I remember watching the end of the game with my brother. Tourist Trophy I didn't play. Transformers the game didn't play. Triple Play 2002. This one I did play. I think I played a whole season on this one, actually, but it might have been 2001. I'm pretty sure it was 2002. It's definitely not good or anything, but at the time it was pretty cool. Decent amount of time into it. I'll give it some credit here, but not a lot. Like, it's a baseball game. I think I went 161-1 in the 1 year I played through it. Yeah, this does kind of look familiar. Wow, that dude swung so early. Yeah, I think I did play this game. I think it was this one. Dude, what is wrong with you? Why are you swinging so early? Is there something wrong with you? I think it's the CPU, actually. Yeah, this looks familiar. I'm going to put that in D. Decent time playing it at the time, but it wasn't great, and pretty quickly, like, I lost interest. True Crime Streets of LA, I did not play. I heard it was decent, but I didn't play it. Twisted Metal Black. All right, here we go. Here's a good one. This was the only Twisted Metal game on the PS2, I think. It's pretty much what you would expect from the franchise. I like this one. This one was good. The storylines with the characters were cool. I got this game for my birthday or Christmas. I think it was my birthday 1 year. And I played through it like 6 times with different characters just to see their stories. It was relatively interesting, I guess. It wasn't Shakespeare, but it was pretty good. Just go around trying to shoot up other cars and not get shot up yourself. Pick up weapons, use them. Yeah. It was good. If I played more multiplayer games as a kid, I'd probably rank it a little higher, but I'm going to put it in B, just from the single player. I think the single player in this game was pretty solid. I'm sure the multiplayer was probably even better. But I didn't play multiplayer games very much. So I'm going to put that in B. Tie. I don't know what these games are. I haven't played them. That's all I'm going to say. Tie 2, didn't play. I think they're like platformers for little kids. But I didn't play them. Ultimate Spider-Man, I didn't play. The Herbs, Sims in the City. I remember when this game came out, but I never played it. I think it's like The Sims, but it's like edgy. I think this game is basically The Sims, but trying to be edgy or something. I don't really remember it too well. I just want to see what it looks like, even though I know I didn't play it. Yeah, this is The Sims. This is literally The Sims. How did they not get sued? It's literally even called The Herbs. Like, they're not... Okay. I guess there are some mechanics that The Sims didn't have like this, but... Yeah, I don't know this one. Valkyrie Profile, I didn't play. Heard it was pretty good. Didn't play either Beautiful Joe game. I heard they were good too. I'm not a huge side-scroller fan. Oh, it was a Sims game. It was just urban. Okay, so Virtua Fighter. I really liked Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution. It's my favorite fighting game. I was really impressed with the depth of it. It was something that I could really sink my teeth into. Wish I spent more time with it than I did, but based off the time I spent with it, I am going to put it in S. It's a very impressive and robust game. Virtua Fighter 4 Base, I didn't play, but the only thing that changed was they tweaked the mechanics a little bit, and they added 2 fighters. It didn't sound very significant at all, so I'm going to put that in S as well. Even though I technically didn't play it, I know it's basically the same game as Evolution, just with 2 less fighters. And it wasn't like the fighter variety was what made that game intriguing to me. It was the depth of the combat. Wallace and Gromit. There were 2 Wallace and Gromit games on the PS2. I played neither. Wallace and Gromit is pretty cool, though. The Warriors, which I guess is a video game adaptation of the movie, which is pretty neat. But, yeah, I didn't play it. I haven't even seen the movie. I know what it is, but I didn't see it. Way of the Samurai. I think Way of the Samurai was a launch title. I know I didn't play either of them. I played games like it, but I didn't play these. So, Way of the Samurai. Certainly played games like it. There are a lot of games like this on the PS2. So it's like really, 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 really Diet Sekiro or something. I've heard Way of the Samurai 2 is better, but I know it's a little different. Okay, so it's just like one of these games. It's like Tenchu, it's like Onimusha. Games are good. Yeah, let's take a look here. Okay, the graphics look a little fresher, but same idea. Yeah, I'm very sure I didn't play these, though. Okay, Wild Arms 3. I played the demo disc um, back when it first... back when the Jam Pack was a thing, coming with the PlayStation Magazine. But I didn't play the full game. Wild Arms 5, I didn't play. Now we've got Pro Evolution Soccer 2007, I didn't play. World Champion Poker 1 and 2, did not play. I kind of want to put this one in trash just because it has Howard Lederer on the cover, but I'm not going to do that. World Championship Poker 1 and 2. Even modern poker games have terrible AI, so I can't even imagine how bad these games were. Like, you must have people, like, it's probably worse than the CPU AI in Red Dead, and the Red Dead Redemption 2 poker players are terrible. Like, I don't know what the hell they're doing, but anyway, yeah, didn't play World Series Baseball. The official World Series of Poker game, didn't play that either. Maybe I should play it as like a lark, as like a meme one day. Winning 11-6, winning 11-7, winning 11-8. Soccer games, didn't play. I didn't play any of the wrestling games in the PS2 library. Didn't play any of them. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I was not a wrestling kid growing up, so there was just not a whole lot there for me. So all these games are getting put in did not play. I didn't even play the ones on like the N64, and those were the ones that people actually liked. Like, I don't think people like the PlayStation ones as much as the N64 ones. So, we're in X, and then we've got Y, and then Z, and there's not a whole lot here. We've got Xenosaga 1, 2, and 3. So, I got Xenosaga 1 a little bit after it came out. It had a very mixed reaction when it came out. A lot of people hated it. There were some people that were really into it. Some people thought it was okay. The game plays kind of slowly compared to other RPGs. It feels very sluggish compared to other RPGs, but it's good. The battle system's good. It's got good length. Cosmos is cool. It's unremarkable, but I liked it. I only played it once. I don't really have a huge urge to play it again, but I wouldn't hate playing it again. I don't think there would be anything wrong with that. I remember it had a lot of like these cinematics. It was, you know, telling a very elaborate story because, so Xenogears was a game that came out on the PS1 that people really, really liked. And, the plan was Xenosaga Episode 1 was going to be part 1 in like a 6-part story. And Xenogears was going to end up being number 5. It was like Star Wars, except even more weird. But the games they made were not popular enough to prompt that. But anyway, Xenosaga 1, I'm going to put in B. It was good. I had a good time with it. Lot to do. It's one of those games where like it's quantity over quality because I put a lot of hours into it, but it wasn't amazing. Xenosaga 2 and 3 I heard were even a little worse. And, well, actually, I've heard 3 is really good, but these games were rare and they were really expensive. Like, I saw Xenosaga 2 at Play and Trade one time and it was like $200. So I was like, I'm not getting that when the game is supposed to be just like average anyway. So yeah, I didn't play Xenosaga 2 or 3. Maybe I'll go back and emulate them at some point, but that's a big time commitment. 13. This game I played on stream like half a year ago. I think some of you guys remember me playing 13 on stream. Now, I played it on PC, and it was decent. I wasn't enamored with it. It was kind of cool, though. On PS2, it probably loses a little some. I'm going to put it in C, which is about where I'd put the PC version. But, yeah, I didn't play it on the PS2, technically speaking. But I imagine it would be something like that based off my experience with the game extrapolating. I didn't play either X-Men Legends game, although X-Men Legends 2, people liked that game. That game has a pretty positive rep. I don't know very much about it. Yakuza, I didn't play. The only Yakuza game I played is Yakuza 0 on PS4. It was good. I'll play the others at some point, but I didn't play the original. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist of the Roses. I did not play, even though I was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan growing up. I watched the show, but I never played the game. I don't know. I don't know why. I liked X-Men before it became trash. Yeah. And that gets us to Zone of the Enders. So earlier in this video when I was talking about Metal Gear Solid, you may remember me talking about Zone of the Enders. Well, here it is. Zone of the Enders was one of the first PS2 games I played. Hey, it's also rated M. Imagine that. My mom had no problem with me playing this game. So yeah, that just, for those of you who don't remember how negative the Grand Theft Auto stigma was back then, that should give you a little bit of an idea. Okay. This game is short, but it has very innovative gameplay. Like, you don't find gameplay like this in most other games. It's a mech game, but the way in which you use your mech is very different from most other mech games. It's not like clunky at all. It's actually very fluid. it feels like you're playing a mech anime, kind of. In fact, I think in large part that's exactly what this game is. I I don't think this game is elite. I don't even think it's really A tier. I can't put it in A tier because it's so short. Like, it's such a short game. It really feels like Kojima was like, I want to do an MGS2, Metal Gear Solid 2 demo disc, but I need a game to release it with, so he threw together a cool game, a game that I liked a lot, but a game that is incredibly short. And then after he made this game, he was like, wait a minute, that game I made to throw in with Metal Gear Solid 2 demo was actually good. So I should make a longer, fuller game, which we'll get to in 1 second here. But yeah, let me see if I can find some of the like mech-to-mech combat here. Yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah, you could do like the... that attack was awesome, I remember that one. I played the remaster on the PS3 a handful of years ago. It's still good. It's just over really quickly. But yeah, big fan of these games. They only made 3, and one of them was a Game Boy Advance games, which I never played. So, aborted franchise, but respectable attempt. Even if the only reason why it had a chance was because of the MGS2 demo disc. Yeah, the combat in this game was smooth. Okay, I'm going to pull up 2 just to save it. But Zone of the Enders, I'm going to put it in B, but it's a very strong B. I loved the game, but I don't think it's higher than B. And finally, and this is a great way to go out, Zone of the Enders, the second runner. This game basically took the first game and made everything better. The combat's better. It looks way better. The cutscenes, instead of using this like kind of ugly CGI that makes everybody look like a little kid, it uses anime, which is, even if you're not a huge fan of the style, it's just going to look way better. The protagonist is better. The story is better. They basically just took everything about the first game and made it better. I rented this game from Blockbuster because it was really expensive and it wasn't going to drop in price because it was obscure-ish. So they basically... I beat it twice when I rented it, and then I was done with it. I returned it. Great game. Excellent game. In fact, I'm going to put this in GOAT, which might be a little overzealous, but I don't really care, because I really enjoyed this one. So, Zone of the Ender Second Runner is going to be a GOAT game. Honestly, given how little I played it, I don't know if it totally deserves that, but this is one of those niche games that really resonated with me more than I expected. So yeah, this is an excellent, excellent game. Basically improves on the first one in every way. It feels like a full game. The first Zone of the Enders didn't feel like a full game in some ways. Let's see here. Yeah, okay, so yeah, that's going in GOATed. One of my favorite games on the system. I now have it. I finally own it because they re-released it on the PS3. But I didn't own it back in the day. Okay, so that's it. We have a full row of GOAT and a full row of S. GOAT, Disgaea 1 and 2, Final Fantasy 12, Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, and the re-releases, which is kind of cheating, but whatever. And then Zone of the Enders 2. S, Devil May Cry 3, Final Fantasy 10, God of War 1 and 2, Gran Turismo 3, Resident Evil 4, Virtua Fighter 4, and its re-release, which is also kind of cheating, but whatever. A tier, Beyond Good and Evil, Devil May Cry, Dragon Quest VIII, Vice City, San Andreas, Half-Life, Madden 2005, Okami, Persona 3 and its re-release, Persona 4, Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time, Ratchet Deadlocked, Resident Evil Code Veronica X, Nocturne, Silent Hill 2, Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, and Time Splitters 2. Pretty good top, but the reason why the PS2 is such a great console is how strong its bench is. Like, if the PS2 was a basketball team, it would be like the 04 Pistons. It would be like it would be a team that doesn't necessarily have the best player in the league, but it goes like 11 deep with quality players. Like, it just, the quality games just kept going. So even though the top is not super stacked, the depth you get to when you get into games that are like, oh, that game was good. That game was worth playing. I liked playing it. I don't know if I would play it again, but the game was good. It gets pretty fat. And then you have a pretty big bench of games that were okay. We've got some of the bad games down here. And that's just what I played. I mean, I can tell you right now, based off everything I've heard about Black, the game is probably really good. I just didn't really play it. Some of the sports games I didn't play were probably good. There were just way too many of them. God Hand, a lot of people love that game. Like, there's a lot going on here. And let's see how many games I have and did not play. Okay, so the rows are 8 games long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 44. Yeah, 44 times 8. So, yeah, I have way more than 300. So, 44 times 8. Hold on. I don't feel like doing math right now, guys. Yeah, that's almost 360 games. Almost 360 games that I put on this list that I didn't even play. So, I was actually only able to rank about 150. All right. So, that'll do it. Pretty happy. I'm probably going to end up doing this for the PS3. The PS3 is going to be easier. There was less, like, random fluff because it was harder to get away with making a terrible game by the time the PS3 came out. And it didn't sell 160 units. So there wasn't as much opportunity to just sneak random stuff onto the greatest hits list. Like, back in the PS2 era, you could make the shittiest game ever, market it decently, and it would get into the greatest hits club. And greatest hits was 400K, so that was no joke. You could just sell copies just by existing. All right, so I hope you guys had some fun. I am going to save this. I'm going to save this one. Oh, it wants me to log in with the Twitter. Okay, I'll do that off stream in a second here. But yeah, hope you guys had fun. I will be uploading this to YouTube. And yeah. Good times. See y'all soon. I'm going to be streaming Fire Emblem soon here, I think.